I'm not sure if the minister is in the meeting.
Chair, I am.
Oh, okay, ma Auntie. Let me welcome the minister and her entourage, the officials of TPE. Let me welcome the members and our support staff from Parliament. Also, the people that might have joined us for this meeting. Up front, I must say that members have seen that we have changed the program. We were supposed to have today social cohesion and ECD upgrade, but because of the PIRLS results we released last week, we decided that let us have these results as soon as possible so that we understand what is going on from the minister and the department. So members would recall then we've got about 3 presentations behind in the program of this second quarter, which we are going to try and find slot for them. Hopefully all 3 before we close for this term, because you would recall we've got about 10-week constituency period. It's very long. So we will try from the meetings that we have requested to have at night to adopt the Bella Bill reports to squeeze in also the these 3 presentations, even if we do them one, so that we try to finish our work for this quarter also in time as basic education. Can you then flank the agenda for us, Limele? Thank you. We are having a briefing by the department on progress in international reading and literacy study. And afterwards, we will have to adopt and we'll adopt the minutes of previous meeting. Can I then have people, hands, to adopt our agenda as is?
Lydia's hand is up.
All right, you can go on, Honorable Lydia.
No, good morning to yourself, Chair. Good morning to all honorable members. Good morning, Minister. Good morning to the departments or officials and the officials from Parliament. My name is Tebogo Lydia. I move for the adoption of the agenda as presented.
Recording in progress.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Principal?
My Chair, thank you very much. And thank you to everybody on the platform. I rise to second the move by the Honorable Ndatelitsi.
Thank you very much. At this stage, let me hand over to you, Minister, to lead us with the overview. And then after that, you can hand over to the department to proceed with the presentation.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me acknowledge the Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, but also my colleagues from the department. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. Believe you me or not, for me, it's a huge privilege just to be able to talk about PIRLS, because this is one of the few opportunities where we are able to talk about our core business, which is about learning. Because it speaks to the process of learning from even your neuroscience level. It talks about benchmarking, which I always emphasize in these studies, that we don't go into these studies to go and compete with Russia or with Canada or even with Finland. We go in there to benchmark ourselves against the best systems in the world. So we're not going there to be to run a race, but we are, as I say, benchmarking so that we learn from the best systems to say, what are the lessons, what are the experiences, and to really engage with the core substance of what is our core business. But we're also lucky as a country that if we look at our NDP and we'll reflect on it when we make the presentation, to say it is the NDP that calls upon us to participate in these international benchmarks. You will see also from the results, there are very few countries from the South which even bother to go into those tests because they're very complex and difficult tests. In Africa, the last time it was only ourselves and Morocco. This time it was ourselves and Egypt. So unfortunately, sometimes because of the media's narrative, we speak about these results as part of competing, whether we're number one or number two. Whereas for me as the minister, it's one of those exciting moments where as the department, we go back to ourselves to say, what is it that we're learning from developed countries? What is it that we learn from advanced economies that we have to put into what we all admit, a very fragile system that has a difficult history, but also a difficult context. So, Chair, I really want to thank you very much because what I really wish, and I really appreciate that you gave us the chance that with these results, they are cost in terms of time and exercise. As a nation, if we all pay our attention on what these results are telling us, completely all of us, because you will see also from the results that all the things that make those countries successful are interlinking issues. Yes, there will be resources, yes, there will be teachers, but in the main, they're also about our teachers, our learners, our parents, and the general community, whether as South Africans, as a nation, because education is a societal issue. It's not a departmental issue. So what is it that we're supposed to do as a society to get out of the quagmire that we find ourselves in? I'm really appreciative and very grateful that you've moved other things for us, because for me, it comes once after 5 years. And when it comes, let's talk about it. Let's learn from it. Let's use it to build ourselves until the next test, where we benchmark, not compete. So, Chair, let me really thank you most sincerely. I'm humbled by the fact that you prioritize this and appreciate that it is key. It is all that we are all about. And it's very important for us. So, Chair, the DG is on leave with the acting DG, Dr. Whittle, but the team is also led from two sides, from DDG Geya, but also from Dr. Mtembu. So I'm not sure, Dr. Mtembu, who have you agreed that they will lead the team? I'm on load shedding, so I'm operating from a phone, from an iPad, so I can't see everybody here. But there's also Dr. Polio who deals with these assessments. So DDG Geya and DDG Mtembu, maybe you can say who's going to lead in the process. But again, thank you most sincerely, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Good morning, Minister. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, all the honorable members. From our side, we have a team of Dr. Chetty and Ms. Manona, who will be leading and will do the presentation for us, Minister. Thank you.
Over to you, Dr.
Minister. Okay, got it.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Minister. Good morning, honorable members. I would like to start the presentation. And as Minister has outlined, today we want to share with the Portfolio Committee a deeper understanding of the concept of reading literacy and what does it hold for us as an education system and broadly as society. And noting that reading literacy, reading is something that starts even beyond formal schooling starts at the home, it gets more concretized at school, and then it's taken up further even beyond schooling. So reading culture and reading literacy, are interconnected. So I want to share the presentation outline, and we've structured the presentation, Chair, to give committee members a sense of what are some of the background and contextual issues at play in order for us to get a deeper understanding of reading literacy and reading for meaning. And throughout the presentation, we want to emphasize two concepts. There is a context and there is complexity. And Minister has already outlined some of those issues in order for us to truly appreciate the PIRLS study and reading literacy study and reading for meaning. We want to share with committee members as well key findings and data, not only from PIRLS, but from other studies that we've recently conducted that also go into understanding of reading literacy. So we'll be sharing findings from our early learning national assessment targeted at grade 1 learners as they enter schooling. What is the emerging literacy findings that's coming out of that study? And we'll also share findings from our national systemic evaluation, which then gives us a sense at the grade 3 level, what is the foundational comprehension as learners now start to develop their reading comprehension skills. And then we look more closely at the PIRLS, which has been in the media. We've released it last week, Tuesday on the 16th, and we want to give a context to the findings of the PIRLS study and what are the underlying factors that can help us then as a sector, as a society, to respond to this overall reading literacy outlook and where we are currently in the country. We'll end the presentation, Chair, with articulating what are the next steps. Now that we have the data and the findings, what do we do with them? And the team will be articulating, the recommendations that we are bringing and sharing with the portfolio committee for guidance and further input so that we can further strengthen them going forward. So, Chair, the purpose of the presentation is to present key findings, analysis, and recommendations arising out of these national assessment studies, which are very purposefully driven. They are constructed in a way to give us more grounded information that we can then use as a sector to respond to the findings and further intervene or further develop teachers and so forth. So the 3 studies points to what we're seeing in the PIRLS and how we can inform a reading literacy strategy and plan going forward. So in terms of the background and the context, Minister has already outlined why we participate in these studies, so I won't repeat that. And it's articulated in the NDP as well, that we are sort of measuring ourselves against these international standardized tests so that we can get a robust monitoring framework. But it has to be complemented by national assessments. And that's the trend across countries worldwide, that you participate in an international studies, but you must also have robust and well-grounded and localized national studies to further inform the outputs. So the picture of South Africa prior to these studies, and in fact, prior to the global pandemic, is a very significant factor. because the PIRLS study was conducted in 2021 at the heart of the pandemic. A lot of uncertainty, a lot of disruptions to schooling. So it's important to note that prior to the pandemic, there was improvements in the system and notable improvements. And we were participating in international benchmark studies to also give us a sense of what is our trends, what is our improvement margins. And across studies like TIMS, which focuses on mathematics and science, and previous PIRLS studies, as well as SACMEG, which is a regional study with 16 other Southern and East African countries, all pointed towards an upward improvement from the previous cycles. And that was the pre-pandemic context. Pre-pandemic, there was also a tracking and improvement in the tracking of learners in the system, and our throughput rates were also showing a lower percentage of learners dropping out and a higher survival rate. So these were some of the contextual issues prior to the pandemic. But there was a pandemic, and it was a global pandemic, and it seriously disrupted schooling across the world. And in education systems that are more developing, such as in our context, it affected us even more than countries that have developed education systems. So much so that one can argue that it actually contributed to the increase in inequalities that were already there prior to the pandemic. And it aggravated a current or a pre-existing education crisis. So affecting enrollments, affecting attendance of learners, and especially in the early years of schooling, we now are wiser where children's learning is very fragile because it happens in leaps and bounds. So the loss of contact time directly affects your ability to grasp concepts, especially on core learning domains such as reading and reading for meaning. So in 2020, 54% of contact time was lost. In 2021, 22% of contact time was lost. Combined, for these learners in the early years of schooling are losing almost 2 years of regular, normal, stable contact time with a face-to-face teacher. So when we look at the scores and when we look at the means and what they tell us, these averages often hide the huge inequalities across grades, the different types of schools. And we know in South Africa, we still have large differences between schools, and it does matter which school you go to. But in historically disadvantaged schools, around 70% of a year's worth of learning was lost in 2020. These are very critical factors that form a precursor towards understanding the reading literacy scores. So the big headline that's catching the media is that the PIRLS results show that very low performance levels in our grade 4 learners and their ability to read for meaning. The average age of our grade 4 learners is that they are 9 turning 10. So that is the sort of catchphrase. But if we just get stuck on that, as Minister had said, then we lose an essential part of the narrative and why we participate in these studies. So how do we deconstruct this finding to help us do more? So acknowledging that the performance levels are low, but what do we do now and how do we do it better is where we need to locate the current debates and understanding. So what is reading for meaning? And we can see that there is a little bit of a diversity in the media and in the researchers that are providing commentary on. And many of them are locating the current commentary on reading. Whereas reading for meaning is a slightly more nuanced and higher level of skill. So reading comprehension, which is tested in PIRLS, is the ability to do two interconnected abilities. Word reading, being able to decode symbols on the page, and being fluent in reading a text and passage, but it doesn't stop there. And that's where we want to emphasize. The greater part of PIRLS in becoming a learner who can read for meaning is being able to deal with language comprehension skills and being able to understand the meanings of words and sentences in order to make inferences, in order to organize your thoughts, in order to present an argument, to evaluate the information, and to bring about an understanding of the text so that you can draw conclusions about the text and answer questions. So we wanted to lift that narrative that the PIRLS results and reading literacy and reading for meaning goes beyond just simple oral fluency or the sounding off of words. And we're going to show you some data about how our learners are doing on those basic skills in reading. But the emphasis that we want to share today is that we need to focus on our learners' abilities on reading for meaning, which is a deeper, higher level skill of reading. So in trying to get a sense of where our learners are in terms of reading for meaning, we have 3 interrelated studies that can help us understand the context of reading literacy and where South African learners are. We have the ELNA, which is the Early Learning National Assessment, that focuses on early and emergent literacy skills. It's learners coming from a grade R, having completed grade R, and now in the early weeks and in the early months of their grade 1 year, what are those emergent literacy skills? Very important. In the systemic evaluation, the focus is on the foundational reading comprehension. Now that they've spent 3 years in the foundation phase, what are learners' reading comprehension levels looking like? And then it serves as a premise for understanding our learners' abilities in an international reading comprehension benchmark study, which is PIRLS. PIRLS measures the progress in international reading literacy. And we've done about 4 cycles of PIRLS. So we have, a lot of trend data to lean on. But what was missing prior is that we didn't have these localized national assessments to give a more local context towards learners reading for meaning and their scores. So in the presentation, we want to take committee members through 3 interrelated stories. Number 1, what are the emerging literacy skills of learners entering grade 1? 2, how are learners coping with nationally set reading passages that resonate with the 11 African languages in the foundation phase? And 3, how are our learners then coping with internationally set reading passages at the grade 4 level? But we'll also show you data at the grade 6 level so that we can also have a sense of how learners further down the line are doing on an internationally set study. So with the ELNA, the framework for the ELNA focuses on these different strands which are linked to our curriculum. So in our curriculum, a learner has to display competency in listening and speaking, phonics, reading, and writing. And the skills that we are assessing through the ELNA is on working memory, the productive vocabulary, your listening comprehension. Very critically, in terms of reading ability, is your phonemic awareness, your ability to sound letters, to identify the correct letter for sounds. And then taking that a little bit further in terms of reading simple comprehension text, where there is compound words, where you have to make sense of visual text, you have to have some sense of book knowledge, and you are able to identify correct words in sentences, and even writing skills. and how our learners' abilities to write a letter associated with a sound, especially a 3-letter word at the grade 1 level. So all these skills give us an index, which we call emerging literacy. And then we are able to give to the public and share findings. What is the overall emerging literacy score or result looking like? So overall, through the ELNA, we find that the overall emerging literacy score is at around 64%. This can be broken down into those different components: writing, reading, phonics, and listening and speaking. And you can see that in terms of phonics, it's actually quite high, which means learners are having at the grade 1 level across the different language settings a strong phonemic awareness, being able to sound out letters. It gets a little bit lower when they have to now look at compound words in texts, and they're writingable, although not a critical part of today's discussion, is something that we're also keeping a track on and is an important skill in the early years of schooling. The emerging literacy scores by language grouping is reflected in the slide. And you can see we have the national mean of 64, and this gets spread out against our 11 languages, with Afrikaans at 72%, and generally that pattern is more or less in the late 50s and early 60s, with some languages, Setsonga scoring at 49, and Sepedi at 56, and Setswana at 59. So I would say to committee members, keep this in your memory as we get to other studies, especially the PIRLS, and what was the situation in these early learning studies. So the emerging literacy by language and substrand, we can reflect that, we get a similar picture, we're tracking that as well in the African languages, and looking at what is the picture at grade 1 and how does it play out in later grades, and what is the correlation there. So by province, again, against that national mean of 64, we can see some provinces are scoring above the national mean, especially Western Cape and Northern Cape, and very encouragingly at the Eastern Cape. So in terms of the emerging literacy scores, some provinces, Northwest and Limpopo, are still about 10 points below the national mean. So the emerging literacy by province and substrand also gives you that kind of breakdown and a similar kind of provincial reflection. But it's building blocks in which we can also try and locate, where interventions, where support is needed. Encouragingly, across the different quintiles, we find that the emerging literacy, there isn't a big gap between, quintile 1 to 4. You can see on average it is in the 60s. Yes, there's a little bit of a gap as we get to quintile 5, and we know these are well-resourced schools, and they usually perform higher than the other quintiles. But it's encouraging that across all the quintiles, that the national emerging literacy mean is above 60% competency level. And you can see that broken down by quintile into those subdomains of listening and speaking, phonics, reading, and writing. And then by gender, and it's also something that we want committee members to note, that at the grade 1 level, we're tracking how our girl learners are performing against our boy learners, against these different substrands. And throughout these different emerging literacy substrands, you can see that girls in the red are performing better or higher than boys in the blue. And girls are actually performing higher than the overall mean. So, but to note that at this emerging grade 1 learner, the girls' scores are at 66%, and the boys' scores are at 62%. So 4 percentage points difference. Again, I want you to hold that in your memory as we get through the other slides. The second story is about systemic evaluation. What is our foundational reading comprehension, because this brings us closer to the design and the method of testing that we see in the global international study in PIRLS. But very significantly, systemic evaluation, which is, our redesigned annual national assessment, and we've done this in collaboration with our teacher unions, allows us in a very comprehensive way to establish and monitor learner performance, learning levels and profiles, and the growth, in particular, the growth between grades and over time. So our learners, as they get to the different grades, what is the scale of improvement as they move through this? So we have an international design attached to systemic evaluation. Is quality assured by the Australian Council for Education Research, and it works on a scaling method similar to PIRLS, although strictly speaking, one should not compare systemic evaluation to PIRLS because the learners write different tests. One is a globally set passages, the other one is more localized and constructed by local teachers and practitioners in the different 11 languages. But it does give us a sense of, on a similar scale, how our learners are doing at these key points in our system, at grade 3, at grade 6, and at grade 9. So reading literacy then doesn't just get located at the grade 4, it's a skill that you take throughout your schooling career, and you want to advance and become more competent as you move through your different grades, because you are now applying reading for meaning, not only in your language class, but also in your mathematics, in your geography, in your social science. So these are the scores which point towards a positive picture of 438 points. This is a scale similar to PIRLS on a 0 to 1,000. It works on, a transformed scale score, and grade 6 is at 522 points, and grade 9 is at 592 points. So what this says is that there is an upward shift and an incremental growth in learners reading for meaning as they move from one phase into another phase, from the foundation to the intermediate to the senior. The gap between foundation phase and the senior phase is about 28 points per grade, which is a good sort of gap to have. So it's consistent. And between this intermediate and the senior phase, culminating in grade 9, it's about 23 points. So learners' maturity as they advance through the grades, as they become more customized to language structures and syntax, they're reading for meaning, and this is the takeaway. Their reading for meaning also increases. So we shouldn't get stuck at just learners' ability levels in the foundation phase, because there is growth that we're seeing as learners move through the system. Now, in terms of reading scores by gender, and I said to committee members, just hold on to that statistic that you saw in ELNA, because this becomes an interesting point of departure in looking at the scale scores and understanding where some of the contextual factors lie in bringing down averages and mean scores. We start to see, while an overall positive performance across the different grades, but we start to see between the boy learner and the girl learner now a strikingly significant difference. So it was not significant as they enter school, but as they stay in schooling, there is something that's happening to the boy learner that's not advancing, especially in reading literacy, reading for meaning skills, as fast as the girl learner. We expect boys to be slightly behind, it's natural, and as they grow and mature, but when it's significantly different, then we have to, pay attention to it. So we see, even in systemic evaluation, about a 30 points different between the grade 3 boy learner and the grade 3 girl learner. And this is fairly consistent at grade 6 and encourage them to read more, to get more involved in reading skills and so forth, to encourage that. Systemic evaluation scores across the different provinces also show that the well-resourced provinces are still performing better than provinces that are less well-resourced. So at grade 3, our highest performing province is Western Cape, and we have the low-performing provinces, Limpopo, Northern Cape, and Northwest. Similar at grade 6, with Gauteng being the highest and Limpopo the lowest at grade 9. Gauteng and Western Cape the highest, and lowest scores observed in Limpopo and KwaZulu-Natal. So it's with the low-performing provinces, it's a bit, up and down, but with the high-performing provinces, fairly consistent in terms of the scores that they are getting. And you can see that these scores are quite relatively high in terms of competency level. So there's a lot of contextual data that we will be releasing in the coming weeks, and giving more information about the correlations that's coming through these systemic evaluation grades, and how is it impacting on learners' scores on reading for meaning, so that we're tracking things like what is the classroom practice, what is going on inside of the classroom level, what is the statistics, how can we correlate that between teachers reading to children, children responding to questions, and so forth, and their understanding of reading. Do they have a positive attitude towards language? These are all contextual factors that give a deeper sense of how children are doing in terms of reading. Do they like reading? And 63% of our grade 3 children, are saying on average they do. Do they find, learning a language easy, and so forth? So these all give a context towards better understanding, some of the contextual factors around reading for meaning. Parental engagement is a very critical factor that links towards encouraging stronger learners becoming stronger readers. But school climate, school factors, school nutrition, learners being safe in school, these are all factors that affect learners' performance. And it will also show in a very key skill such as reading for meaning. The impact of COVID was undoubtedly, before the release of these studies, we didn't have actual data to tell us. We had quite a good sense that there was an impact, but now we have quite strong statistical figures, and principals of schools are confirming this, that learner non-attendance, teacher non-attendance during those turbulent times where we had several families experiencing loss of life and so forth due to the COVID pandemic, that it strongly impacted on learners' skills at the school level. And that would translate in their scores in learning for reading for meaning. So SE provides a very comprehensive account, and in the coming weeks, we will, escalate our reporting and disseminate those findings. There's quite a big team working on the analysis of this, but there's sufficient there already to say that it's quite a powerful tool in helping us even monitor the system more regularly than the PIRLS, which is every 5 years. Systemic evaluation is every 3 years, and the ELNA is an annual assessment. So there's quite robust monitoring mechanisms to give us data on an ongoing basis of how our learners are doing in the system. So does the PIRLS reflect then the same results as we're seeing in our local national assessments? So the third story is about PIRLS, and a significant part of what's currently being debated and talked about. It is an international study, and Minister has outlined why we participate in these studies. We want to find out, how are we doing in terms of a global benchmark, not to compete with the other countries. Every country as a different context. So PIRLS does bring together different countries. It's not all countries that participate. I should underline that. It is only 57 countries, and I think it's estimated there are approximately about 200 countries worldwide. So it's still, about a third of the world participating in the study. And in Africa, we are only one of three. And Minister, has highlighted that. But we are committed towards finding out data that can help us as a system on this very core business of the department. PIRLS works against benchmarks. The low international benchmark starts at 400 points, the intermediate at 475, the high at 550, and the advanced benchmark is at 625. We did release our national report at the same time as the international. The global trend around PIRLS is that most countries had a drop, and we also had a drop. So we were in line with the majority of countries that participated in PIRLS. So it speaks to, the correlation between the pandemic, the pre-existing reading literacy norms, not only in South Africa, but across the world. The literature by the World Bank and UNICEF have articulated that even prior to COVID, there was a 57% learning poverty in low and middle income countries. And this post-COVID rose to about 70%. And it was as high as 86% in our region, in sub-Saharan Africa. So it's in that context that we need to look at what we're seeing in PIRLS. So in PIRLS, we had quite a good representation of our grade 4 learners and grade 6 learners. It was one of the highest amongst participating countries. And we last participated in PIRLS in 2016. It was representative of the 11 official languages at the grade 4 level, and grade 6, the learners took the tests in English and Afrikaans. So you can see quite high participation rates in both those grades. Now, what does the PIRLS results show? Now, out of the context of ALNA and systemic evaluation, we find that in PIRLS, our trend score is considerably lower. So it drops from 320 in 2016 to 288, which is a difference of 32 points, which is a significant drop. This loosely translates, although we strictly should not be speaking about percentages, but 81% of grade 4 and 56% of our grade 6 learners then do not reach the international low benchmark of 400 points. I'm going to show you in a few slides, what these passages and what actually are expected of our grade 4 learners in answering these questions. But we do see at the grade 6 level, higher scores, learners being, longer in the system, scoring higher, especially Afrikaans learners, scoring an average of 456 points at the grade 6. And in well-resourced schools, Afrikaans learners are scoring well above the 500 points. So the best performing language was Afrikaans, 387 at the grade 4 level, and the lowest scores were observed in Setswana in 211. Now you will recall that we showed you scores in ALNA and even in systemic evaluation, these languages seem to be fairly consistent. So it's an area of support that we need to pay greater attention to, but also understanding the complexity of these tests when translated into these local African languages. Western Cape has the highest score, and this has been fairly consistent across the 3 studies with 363 points, and the lowest performing province was Northwest, quite significantly, behind the Western Cape. So another critical measure that we've been trying to emphasize in this presentation, now in PIRLS, whereas there was a 4 percentage points difference in ALNA, and about 30 points difference in systemic evaluation. In PIRLS, the grade 4 girls are scoring 57 points higher than the grade 4 boys. So that kind of gives a sense of what's pulling that score down. Learners in certain languages, in certain provinces, and particularly among the grade 4 boy learners. So this scores disaggregated into different subgroupings, and as Minister said, we want to sort of not compete with these high performing countries, but we want to sort of look at also the strategies that they are doing on reading, to perhaps understand their culture of reading so that we can glean that into the local context. But in terms of more critical understandings is what's happening in our local languages across our 11 offerings. And we can see that Afrikaans and English, is significantly higher than the 9 other African languages, especially at the lower end where we see Tsonga, Sepedi, and Setswana learners. So there is something that we need to further investigate in terms of understanding the complexity of reading, comprehension, reading for meaning. And I'm going to show you the framework so that you can then start internalizing it in terms of what it means in these different languages. And why is it, that we're seeing some of the scores will probably give us a better understanding. And it's a similar pattern across provincial level as we saw in the other studies. So that's our trend score. As we showed, these are the gender that we've already emphasized, quite significant, and these are the international benchmark representation across those 4 different levels that are measured in PIRLS. The grade 6 results also show a similar story. Of course, there we are performing higher than some countries. Significant to note that Afrikaans, is at 456, and our English learners, which at that level, at grade 6, largely comprises of learners who are taking the test in English, but it's not their mother tongue. It is still a second additional or third additional, sometimes it's 4 or 5, but they still are able to score quite significantly in the English test at the grade 6 level. So it's something of a positive takeaway from the study. And we see that also, fairly consistent as we saw with the grade 4, the provincial representation, but higher scores across all our provinces. Again, at the grade 6 level, we still see the difference between boys and girls being significant. Now our girls are scoring above 400 at the grade 6, and our boys are scoring in around 350, 359 being the average. And that's our representation in benchmarks. It's a much better picture in terms of learners reaching different types of benchmark. That's a comparison between grade 4 and grade 6. So grade 4, learners taking these tests in the language that they took at grade 3 in their home language, and at grade 6, after staying a few years in that phase, now taking it in their language of learning and teaching, in the instructional language, and the scores are significantly higher. So it also says that, when we look at different countries and we look at their strategies and how they sort of invoke reading as being part of the DNA. And we've historically seen South Africa, when we compare to these high performing countries, that, we have significantly more sort of non-readers, and there's a stronger correlation between countries that perform high in these international benchmark tests and the associated culture of reading. So the takeaway point from this, the inference, and more investigation needs to be done now with the current data that we have, but a strong culture of reading then precursors or premises a stronger performance. And this should be inculcated, in community structures at the home. It starts with families reading, and and I'm sure everyone in this meeting has a sense of what is the level of reading in our families, how are we fostering it in our community structures, and and then further at the school level and so forth. So important to take note of in the PIRLS study is the design and the complexity of the passages that learners get exposed to. Because we often get a sense that in the media, it's just sort of touching the surface without looking deeper at what is expected of our grade 4 learners in terms of what they are required to do. And the PIRLS framework, being a global international monitoring study, has got quite a robust framework in terms of the purposes for reading and how it deconstructs reading comprehension and reading for meaning. So our learners are expected to answer questions on 2 types of passages. One is a literary passage, and they're exposed to a literary experience or a story in a fictional way. And then the second type of reading that they have to answer questions on is more informational. So where it's more non-fictional, where they have to acquire and use information that is presented to them, and they may have some historical knowledge and so forth, it will be to their advantage. So these are the 2 types of reading passages that learners have to answer and give responses to. But further to that, and Minister has alluded to the complexity, and this is where we would like the narrative in the media and is to understand the complexity of the processes of comprehension, because that will help us tackle the problem, not just at a surface level, but in a more accurate and a more intimate way. So learners are expected to focus on a passage in terms of those 2 types that I described, and be able to retrieve explicitly stated information. They must be able to then infer and make straightforward inferences, but they must also be able to interpret and integrate ideas and information. And they must be able to evaluate and critique context and textual elements. So, we're saying to committee members, this conversation often gets lost. And we would rather that the focus of the narrative be on these explicit, so that we can then focus on a teaching methodology that becomes more robust, and on resources that speak directly to these kinds of skills, rather than just speaking, generically about the problem. So to give you a sense about what are the passages and what they look like, we've just identified 2, and of course these, the international organization that designs these passages, they don't release them because they are used in subsequent studies, so they are, quite strictly confidential. But every now and then they do release 1 or 2 where we can, make known to the public, and we're going to do so in subsequent analyses and releases. Just to give you a sense, this is a story about an empty pot, and it's of sort of easy to medium difficulty according to the PIRLS framework. And is an emperor that is interested in looking at the leadership in his society, especially amongst young children, the boys, and he gives them seeds, and they have to go back and they have to take these seeds, and whoever can grow the biggest plant, then he would be able to reward them. So, and that story goes on, and it tracks how these different learners go. In particular, it focuses on one of the children named June, and June has a reputation of being quite a good, gardener, and his plants always grew well. But in this particular story, the seed that the emperor gave him did not grow. And despite all the things that he did, he replanted the seed, he watered it, he watched it over. And our learners have to be, looking very carefully at the sequences of events the inner meanings of expressions and so forth, and the result that comes out. So in the end, these boys have to bring back their pots, they have to present it to the emperor, and the one with the biggest plant is expected to be the one chosen by the emperor. And it's interestingly that, and a lot of expressive languages are used here, like ashamed. June carries his pot to the road after being encouraged by his parents. And when he asked his parents, what should I do? I don't have a plan. And they said, go to the emperor and explain to him what you did and just be honest. And that's what June does. And at the end of the story, which is very critical for learners making sense of it and extracting and interpreting the information. And June explains to the emperor that, look, my seed didn't grow. I'm sorry, I tried everything. And then the emperor says something very significant. And the emperor says that, and turning to everyone who could hear, in a loud voice, because the words thundered, gives expression to how the emperor would say these things. I don't know where all these other children got their seeds. No one could grow from the seeds I gave you, because those seeds had all been boiled. So the emperor was, trying to trick and trying to sort of sift and find out who are the real honest and true leaders in his community. And then the emperor smiles at June, and the passage ends there. So our learners then are expected on this passage to be able to offer responses, to be able to interpret the information and apply reading for meaning from the words and the sentences, from the expressive context, the language syntax, and so forth. So some questions would be just retrieving information. What did each child receive from the emperor? So we show some response. Of course, these are all in English. Just also visualize the same kind of questions in all the African languages as well. And, and you can see these are 3 responses. The second child at grade 4, getting it right, and 2 children, on the right-hand side, which shows our grade 6, also getting it right in terms of the seed being the answer. And then they got to make more straightforward inferences. But what do we mean by this? They've got to find parts of the story next to this picture of a leaf. What shows that June was the best gardener in the village? So there's some interpretation and inference going on. And, you can see, again, there's 3 responses that we are showing you. The second response of the grade 4 learner, gets a correct score. His neighbors love to share the melons and the cabbages. Quite an expressive answer to that question. Interpret and integrate ideas is also a skill that's required. The question is, why did the other children laugh at June? Use what happened in the story to explain your answer. And this is what, the types of questions and the responses that we don't see getting caught up in the narrative, in the media, and amongst, some of our researchers. So, and it does require an understanding of how reading for meaning works. And Minister would also talk about, the science of reading and, how neuroscience has come as part of the PIRLS presentations and analyses that we've done, how this plays out differently with different types of people, different types of children, and how that then plays out into a reading for meaning skill. So point is that it's not just straightforward responses that our children are asked to answer, in terms of just coming out of grade 3 and entering grade 4. So, and then they have to evaluate and critique, why was each seed called a precious possibility? And, how does this play out in our other languages in terms of words and meaning and so forth? So all these is what we're busy investigating, because we've got, these release passages now. We can go beyond just the overall scores. We can delve deeper, and that's what we'll be doing, and releasing the results of these more sort of diagnostic reports that focuses on the literary experience and what learners had to do in terms of getting information, in terms of evaluating, inferring, in terms of critiquing, and so forth. Where are learners omitting questions? Where are they getting it wrong? Where are they getting partial credit? So these are the analyses that that we are going to do in the next couple of days, and and focus attention on and giving that feedback to the different levels of the system. The informational passage, very quickly, I won't go through as much detail as the literary text, is about the amazing octopus. And we've been having interesting conversations about what the word octopus would mean in Setswana and Sepedi and Setsonga and so forth. And yeah, it's about factual information. It's about octopus in the oceans. What do they do? How do they sort of build their dens? What do they eat? And so forth. And, descriptions of different types of octopuses, and how do they do things when they are in different settings like aquariums, and how do they react to their keepers. So a lot of information. You can see that the wording is quite highly text. Now, this is what I want to say to you that might shock you a little bit. This is described in terms of the PIRLS framework as an easy passage. So it says that, learners can easily deal with these passages, with all this text, and be able to offer responses. Again, against the same framework, some questions focus on retrieval of informations. What do octopuses use to make doors for their dens? And we get responses, and we can see, the correct answer, they use rocks for their dens and so forth. Make straightforward info according to the article. Which statements are true about octopuses? So that's the level of, complexity that we're asking our grade 4 learners to read through a passage. And if they're not familiar with the content, so they often would then see it for the first time. If they haven't had any experience with octopus information, they would then be relying on their ability from a passage to sift out information and be able to respond. Questions like interpret and integrate. The writer thinks octopuses are amazing. Give 3 examples of what octopuses in aquariums have learned to do that are amazing. So I wonder, even when we give higher age groups or even some adults to answer these questions, how would they respond to them? So it's just something to just keep in mind as we discuss the scores and the narrative, that there is complexity around these passages that are considered on the PIRLS framework as fairly easy. Evaluate and critique. The article says octopuses are experts in disguise. What does this mean? And so forth. Again, further analyses are needed to get to, on an item by item level, on a question by question level, and to see how our learners are responding. We're going to do this across the 11 languages to get more diagnostic information to our teachers, to the subject advisors, and so forth. So the last part of the PIRLS results is to understand that the results have a context and have a complexity to it. I think we've highlighted the complexity. The context is that it's largely linked to resources, because reading is a lived experience. What you get exposed to at home, what you get exposed to in school will influence your performance levels. And we see through the PIRLS study that, where households have many resources, the performance of those learners are scoring above 400. This is at the grade 4 level. Above 500, this is at the grade 4 level. So, but those that have few resources are scoring in the lower or the mid 200s. So similarly with language correlation, and in the PIRLS test, a high percentage of learners did say that they do speak the language of the test at home. But how is that translating into, being exposed to actual text and informational text and literary text. What role are parents playing? Because children model parents. They model what's going on in society. So if we don't have a society that appreciates reading, then that's going to get reflected in the performance. So parents, where they indicated there was a parent questionnaire where they very much liked reading, and then we correlated that to the learners' performance, we can see higher scores than when learners said they do not like reading, and they were quite honest about it. Also, ECD and the exposure to early literacy activities does play a critical role. So we welcome now that ECD is now part of the Department of Basic Education, so we can engage and we can intervene at much earlier levels in the system, because there is a strong correlation between learners being exposed to early literacy levels and their performance scores. And that also plays out in terms of the school composition and the school climate, in terms of emphasizing literacy skills leads to higher performance. And the same with learners being affected by school resources. So where schools are not affected by resources, you can see higher scores. Where they are affected a lot by resources, then they get lower scores. So it's something that provides a context to the PIRLS results when you see them. And parents satisfied with their children's progress at school also led to a more positive school climate, a closer home school environment, and that leads to higher scores. And this plays out against various contextual factors on academic performance. Importance, teachers being satisfied with their jobs. So you can see a very high percentage of teachers are satisfied with their job. But is that translating into teaching methodology that promotes a reading for meaning culture, something that needs further investigation? But undoubtedly, factors like school discipline, learners being bullied, all play a role in the scores that we are seeing, and whether, and they are positively correlated. So learners being bullied get lower scores. When they are hardly ever bullied, they get higher scores. So that's, something to just keep in mind. We're tracking teachers' formal education, which is quite well spread in the system, but teachers with a bachelor's degree are where the learners are getting higher scores. Interestingly, teachers' years of experience is a little bit of a, up and down. These teachers that are getting learners who are exposed to teachers with 10 to 19 years of experience are scoring the highest scores, but learners, oddly enough, who are exposed to very much older teachers, 20 years and more, are scoring slightly lower. So it's something interesting to further look at, and delve deeper into. Are teachers attending professional development? Yes, 72% of them are saying, yes, we do attend. But is it in terms of understanding the complexity? And that's what the department will be focusing in its teacher development strategy in the coming weeks. So, and that leads to, helping teachers get their children to be more engaged in lessons, critically evaluating information, texts, and so forth. And that will lead to higher performance scores. And that will also lead to learners enjoying reading, inculcating that culture, and that will also, lead us into. So there is enough information in the PIRLS and in the other two studies about what we need to do and how we need to do it better. And that, Chair, is what we'll be focusing on in the next few days and in the coming weeks into a short, medium, and longer term strategy, where we've already involved quite a number of international experts, and we've had a reading seminar on the day of the release to showcase how these complexities and how these contextual factors come together, and how we need to package and disseminate the information at the various levels of the system, and talk about the practical complexities facing our schooling system. And that we will take down to the various levels national, to provincial, to district, to schools, so that, you know, the information that is quite rich reaches the teacher and the learner at the ground level. Chair, I'm going to pause my stories there and hand over to my colleague who's going to articulate, you know, the strategy and the revised plan going forward.
Thank you, Dr. Chetty, and good morning to the Minister and to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Yes, I will talk about what it is that we will do going forward, but it is also important as we do that to take stock of what it is that we have done to date. So if you can move on to the next slide. And it's important what you have rounded up with, Dr. Chetty, which is talking about what it is that we distill from this information and how we're going to ensure that this information is taken down to the various levels of the system and what it actually means for South Africa at large. So taking stock, I would want to remind the members of the Portfolio Committee that indeed, we have been working very hard to ensure that we promote reading literacy in the DBE, even prior to the pandemic. So you may recall that in 2019, in collaboration with a team of reading experts from civil society, from academia, from our provincial education departments, and we also worked with experts from schools themselves to develop the National Integrated Reading Sector Plan, whose aim has been to guide provinces in developing their own and contextualizing those provincial reading plans. That has indeed happened. All provinces have contextualized the integrated and national reading plan into provincial reading plans. We also have been supported to a large extent here by organizations that we work with and our partners, one of them being the National Education Collaboration Trust. And what they have done was to take the strategy and from it develop a national reading plan which complements and supplements what we do. We have also used this integrated reading sector plan to galvanize, support, and to coordinate other organizations through a coalition that is called the National Reading Coalition. If we move on to the next slide. In the next slide, we just take you through what the strands of the sector plan have been. The sector plan is focused on strengthening the capacity of the sector to be able to monitor and support the reading development. And it also focuses on teacher development and support. And here we have seen a number of interventions that are capacity building in nature being implemented across the 9 provinces. We have provided direct support to the learners. We have interfaced with parents, communities, and we have supported parents as well. And we have continued mobilizing communities to be able to support the reading development journeys of their children. We've provided LTSM, and we've also kind of supported provinces and ensured that schools understand the importance of utilizing LTSM, and above that, the importance of retaining the LTSM that they have. We may recall that provinces get, through their votes, their budget votes, they do get resources in funding in nature to be able to provide LTSM to children. We've tracked learner performance in reading, and we also have a research and monitoring and evaluation unit within the DBE that has been very useful in implementing research projects, particularly which inform what it is that works in terms of promoting reading outcomes. We have mobilized partners, advocacy and communication has been another pillar, as well as reading across the curriculum, which is also important because if you look at reading. Reading is not only located within languages, and it has been very important for us to ensure that children develop what we call also academic literacy, to be able to extract information, to be able to use the medium of other subjects to read and promote and achieve their reading and learning outcomes at large. If we move on to the next slide. The next slide then talks about the fact that, yes, we have implemented, galvanized by the National Reading Sector Plan, a number of reading literacy interventions across all provinces. And these are informed by the 9 provincial as well reading plans. We have also gathered evidence on teaching and learning of reading literacy, particularly in African languages. And this we have done through the early grade reading study. We've also collected data and used that data and evidence after the pandemic, during and after the pandemic, actually, on learning losses, to get evidence on what it is that we needed to focus on. And that has really informed our focus. It has informed how we revised the annual teaching plans. And important in that process of revising the annual teaching plans was ensuring that reading skills were foregrounded, monitoring and oversight of the implementation of the sector plan as well as the provincial plans has been heightened during this period. The following content just gives examples. These are just extracts of what it is that we have done to ensure that we promote reading literacy. For instance, we hadn't had benchmarks for a number of years, and this is one of the areas where we felt it was very needed for us to know, and it informs a number of areas in teaching and learning of languages. For instance, benchmarks for just even the length of the passages and the texts themselves. What we've done is that we have developed 10 out of 11, and the 11th benchmark, which is the last language that is outstanding, is underway. And these benchmarks are very useful for teachers to be able to track whether learners are on track in terms of what they should be, the number of words that they should be reading, the length of the passages that they should be reading, the complexity of the passages themselves. We also have spoken of the fact that the early grade reading study has given us rigorous research to inform how we design our programs. And these programs, for an example, one of them being the Primary School Reading Improvement Program, which is a structured learning program that has been implemented at scale from grades 1 to 6, where we have implemented it through capacity building of teachers, capacity building of heads of department in schools, and the subject advisors as well, to be able to provide that on-site support that is very critical. The Read to Lead campaign as well as the National Reading Coalition have been key elements of interfacing with parents and communities. And we have also used these campaigns to mobilize resources in terms of the provision of LTSM. I've spoken about the fact that provinces have continued to procure LTSM, including reading resources, and they have also ensured that those resources are retained. Partners have also come in here to help us as we have been mobilizing resources. Teacher development has really been very useful in ensuring that we build the capacity of our teachers, for instance, in African languages, which has become very clear now with these 3 data sets that we've just received, that African languages has to be focused on. We do have the African languages framework, and we also have implemented programs that are geared towards ensuring that our teachers have and understand how to deliver methodologies that will be able to ensure that children learn reading and learn reading skills. The early grade reading study being one of those, the PSR being one of those. And we also trained our teachers to be able to diagnose where children are struggling in terms of their reading skills, And this has been done through the implementation of the early grade reading assessment. We are also rolling out programs to be able to help our teachers to understand and implement what we call assessment for learning, and what we can take from, for instance, these examples that Dr. Chetty has taken us through, the examples of item analysis. This is how we have to take this data and utilize it to inform what the teachers will be doing, to inform how initial teacher education should be conceived and how professional development at a continuous level for teachers should actually be focusing on, and including what I've just said as assessment for learning. Reading champions have been placed in our schools, and we know that we have placed more than 76,000 of these young people, and their role has really been very critical. We placed them at a time when we just came back from COVID, and our teachers had their hands full with closing the gaps. They were confronted with curriculum of that current year, while they knew that they were implementing that curriculum in children who were exhibiting huge gaps from the learning losses, and they needed support in terms of just ensuring that there is someone in the classroom who can ensure that an environment that is going to be conducive to teaching and to learning was created. There would be someone who would ensure that there are books that are laid out for children, someone would ensure that children take out books, who would be able to ensure that they bring those books back. And that's the kind of support that these young people have been giving. Someone who would be there to look at mobilization of the communities, interfacing with parents, and ensuring that classroom libraries are set up in schools, book corners are there, exhibitions of books, and just someone who would make books topical in a school. And this is what they have been able to do in helping teachers to create that conducive atmosphere that would ensure that reading can be entrenched in a school. We've mobilized partners. We have a number of partnerships with organizations within the country, organizations and international level, and all of these have been helping us and helping various provinces to be able to strengthen the implementation of the provincial reading plans. We can move on to the next slide. The next slide here reminds us about what has also been just the thread which we got from the presentation from Dr. Chetty, and Minister also spoke about just how complex reading for meaning is. And if we understand that, and we know that it manifests at various levels, and therefore the solutions should just as be multi-layered. And we have therefore begun reviewing the reading sector plan that I took you through, and I showed you the 10 strands that made it up. And this review has been informed by a number of things, and I think Dr. Chetty also referred to the fact that early childhood development had been part of social development, and only from the 1st of April 2022 that it became part of the DBE. And you may recall, as we had presented to this platform before, that one of the activities we undertook when we were preparing to receive the function was just to understand issues pertaining to access and to quality. And when it comes to quality, we wanted to know just how school ready our children are before they enter school. And we conducted the Thrive by 5 index, which showed us that many of our children come to schools with huge gaps. They are just developmentally not on track. And so the sector plan had been conceptualized and developed and implemented just before COVID, and it did not have, or it did not take into account this big shift of having received early childhood development. So now this review is creating a space as well for a strategy that will be able to respond to the current challenges, a strategy that will be able to give focus right from early years of children who are in the ECD moving into the foundation phase. And so that is the refined focus. And in refining that focus is also an understanding and appreciation of the importance of strengthening our children in African home language, so that we can use these languages as a medium in which they can be able to access information. And I think that is what is the big thing about this review of the strategy. Can we move on to the next slide? Talking about this new framework now that is going to inform this strategy. And if you recall the 10 strands that I've just taken you through, this slide shows you that one of the big changes we have done is to reduce the 10 strands to 4 key pillars. And these key pillars are ensuring that we develop an explicit policy framework which will inform how we respond and how we promote and focus on African home languages, methodologies to be used by teachers in these languages, as well as just understanding and training our teachers to understand how meaning is made and how meaning is made using the medium of African languages. And we know when we talk of policy, we talk of just beyond or of even beyond the Department of Basic Education, because if you look at what is happening, even at higher education level, we have teachers who are expected to come into schools and teach learners to be able to access information, to be able to access knowledge, because reading is knowledge. I think that's what we've seen from those slides from PIRLS. Yet, when they are trained during the initial teacher education phase, when they are being prepared to be teachers, they access that training, not in the medium of these languages that they are going to use. And so, added to the policy framework is also ensuring that we have skilled and versatile teachers. So the importance of higher education is key. The importance of what will happen and should happen once the teachers enter basic education now, once they start their careers, induction programs have to be informed by what has come through from these studies, as well as continuing professional teacher development. The issue of resources has come through. We've seen, even from the PIRLS, that those children who were in environments that did not have shortages of resources, they fared better. And so it is key that in a strategy, we keep ensuring that children will be exposed to age-appropriate, exciting, and culturally relevant LTSMs. We also cannot do this without involving parents and involving communities. So those are the 4 key pillars of the strategy. And within the strategy, there are cross-cutting themes, and these will be ensuring that we monitor and we evaluate and we give feedback constantly, and we then can talk
Is it me that has lost Mama Noka?
Yeah, I think we've lost. I also can't hear. Kalula, can you hear us?
Someone call her to tell her or someone takes over, whatever.
Dr. Chetty, can you continue? Or you
Thanks,
don't have
Minister.
Yeah.
I'll try. Okay, so committee members, yeah, as my colleague was articulating the framework and the pillars, and that's the work now for the DBE to roll out and to take through the different levels and to talk through the revised strategy, where we're looking at this framework as being the focus of refining policy to explicitly guide the development of reading literacy. And as she mentioned, will include a series of, very targeted, specific programs like the early grade reading program, which incorporates best practice. It'll be looking at improving school readiness through better ECD provision, and a lot of focus of our intervention going forward is going to be in the ECD space. We know if we catch those learners early and we develop the reading skills and the reading for meaning at an earlier age, like in many of those high-performing countries do, then it's certainly, it's going to help us in our turnaround strategy. Primary focus will be on home language literacy, but with added support.
Dr. Chetty, I'm told my Nona is back. I'm not sure if you
Oh,
can proceed.
good. Thanks. Let's take over.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Chetty. He was doing so well. Apologies, that was my load shedding there changing. You've already spoken to the importance of ECD as a key focus of the strategy. And even when we look at the availability of resources, these resources will begin from ECD, and the resources will also be provided for the early grades, and they will be targeting home language literacy. And yes, we know that our children change LOLT into English when they get to grade 4. So we will continue providing that support in English, particularly English at a first additional language. We've heard from the presentation from Dr. Chetty that our efforts in IFAL actually, they do seem to be paying off as our children fared fairly better than they did in home languages. Training of teachers will also be focusing on using the medium of home language literacy, and we will continue to mobilize parents and communities as well as strengthening our partnerships as part of this strategy going forward. We will track progress. I did speak about the importance of tracking progress as early as in ECD, and so Thrive by 5 is going to also be implemented at 3 to 4 year intervals. ELNA will also be implemented. We'll also be implementing a reading survey to track foundational skills of learners in grades 1 to 3, and the systemic evaluation. We know that all of these will make available information and data of where the children are in terms of making progress. And this will happen before the 5 year intervals of PIRLS. So that regular feedback loop is something that is going to inform and strengthen our strategy going forward. We have said teachers are very important when it comes to ensuring that they are there to provide experiences to learners and opportunities for learners to access learning. And COVID has also showed us this, and we may recall that this was the reason why we fought for our children to be brought back to schools during the pandemic. We knew that they needed to be in environments where there would be a teacher qualified to teach directing learning for them. And as much as we did provide them with, our children with support when they were at home, nothing could have really compared to having a teacher in front of them in the classroom. So that is why we will continue in this refined strategy to support the instructional practices of our teachers, and it includes ensuring that higher education institutions begin to teach our teachers, particularly and in languages that they are going to be using in strengthening teaching and learning of reading literacy in the foundation phase. Induction, I've spoken about the importance of that, and continuing professional development. We will expand the repertoire of instructional methods, and especially for the hard to teach methodologies like group guided reading, the provision of LTSM and the support that that goes with LTSM, which would be the lesson plans for our teachers, the trackers that we give our teachers through a structured learning program, will still be what will form part of the strengthened strategy. We will build the capacity of departmental heads, of subject advisors as well, and we've begun to do this, to focus on heads of department through providing them with opportunities to access coaching courses. We've also just developed and curated special programs that are targeting heads of department in schools, because we know that teachers, as much as they can access a professional development training, the importance of ensuring that there's someone on site who keeps encouraging the teachers, whom the teacher uses to bounce off their ideas, and is very critical. And so that is why we are focusing on ensuring that we strengthen the hand of the subject advisor and as well of the head of a department within a school. We know that there are systemic challenges facing our schools and facing our teachers. Class sizes, which are large in the foundation phase, are some of these that we concede. We have these systemic issues. For instance, we have issues where posts in the foundation phase, particularly at subject advisory levels, have not been filled, and we are committed to working as a system through these challenges so that we can eliminate these challenges and support our teachers better. We will also strengthen the implementation of the screening, identification, assessment, and support policy, which we are now also refining to ensure that it better guides our teachers on being able to identify learners who experience barriers, particularly to reading, and to be able to address and remediate these barriers. Then the next step is about building a social and community compact. It's about pulling together, and it's about aligning our purposes so that we can maximize our efforts and we can be able to coordinate these efforts better. We can't, as the state, do this alone. We need to work with all the non-state entities and the non-state sectors. We need to work with higher education, our NGOs and civil society. We will strengthen our relations with business and industries, with communities and households, and just ordinary South Africans, so that we can leverage this reading ecosystem. We will mobilize it and we will coordinate it. We have platforms and structures to strengthen this mobilization so that reading is indeed, or this reading challenge can indeed be fought from all fronts by all of us. I think we're getting to the next or the last slide now, and this is just the slide before the last, which reminds us that we have a journey to walk in remaking the South Africa that we want, and we are all working towards 2030, where we can say that we have remade this South Africa. I want to thank the portfolio committee. The last slide is a recommendation slide, which asks the portfolio committee to discuss the presentation and to help guide us in terms of the utilization of the assessment and the implementation of the reading literacy strategy. Thank you very much.
Minister, I'm taking over. Ne?
Yes, please, Chair. Yes,
Okay.
baby.
Okay, all right.
Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much to yourself and your team for the presentation, which is very long.
Chair.
Members, can I note hands? There is Mashabela, there's Murwatsetla, Mkhoto, Litsia, Fansel. In that order for now. Mashabela?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Morning to the Minister and all people present here. From this presentation, Chair, it seems that the problem of learners who struggle to read for meaning is largely concentrated in township and rural schools. Have you assessed the difference in resources between the areas that seem to be doing well and those not doing okay? Could it be then that the problem can be addressed by investing more resources into schools? And the second question, Chair, in many townships, teachers are complaining about the teacher-learner ratio, and that the huge number of learners at these schools make it practically impossible for educators to pay attention to each individual learner. Have you found this to be the case? If so, what practical steps can be taken to address the problem? Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know whether I was audible because of load shedding.
No, you were audible. Principal?
Madam Chair, the Minister and the team Basic Education, colleagues and honorable members, good morning. Maybe, Chair, let me right away go straight and say, from where I stand, let us welcome and appreciate this all-important and well-oiled presentation, which in itself, it's a long way into the transformation of our education system for the good of an African child. My first question on this very important subject, reading with meaning or reading for meaning, is how is the history of the performance of South African children in both regional and international tests? Whenever our kids or our children are tested, how are they performing in line with both our regional area and also internationally? The trend thereof. Number two, by the look of things, Chairperson, and based on these presentations or the presentation, there are two provinces, Vids, Western Cape and Gauteng, with a better performance in the 2021 PIRLS study, whilst both Limpopo and Northwest are reported to have performed the poorest. I'm trying to conceptualize, more so coming from Limpopo, what is not right, which must be put right. What is verkeerd? Where did we go wrong? Now my question is, you see, when you compare Western Cape and Gauteng, you come to Limpopo and Northwest. We are said to be performing in Limpopo and Northwest the poorest. My question, what are these two provinces failing to do, Limpopo and Northwest, which Western Cape and Gauteng and maybe even other provinces, because not so much is said about them, but they have taken the two topmost and the two pit bottom provinces. What is it that could be done, is being done in Gauteng and the Western Cape, which is not done in Limpopo and the Northwest? Put the other way around, one can even say, what is the secret of Gauteng and Western Cape consistent performance in these various tests, which is also observable, Chairperson, even in the NSC results? My third question is with regard to the home language instruction. It is true that the importance, as the minister normally puts it many a times, more often than not, that the home language instruction, its importance cannot be overemphasized. I believe, I was never in the maternity ward, but I believe the first language the child expresses when landing on this mother earth, even when he is crying or she is crying in own mother tongue. It will not work. So because of that, it is true, I agree that the importance of mother tongue instruction cannot be overemphasized. Now, Chairperson, we have, or the department has taken Eastern Cape as a pilot program. And indeed, from the reports that we have been getting to this far, it appears that it is working. The mother tongue instruction, the Xhosa mother tongue instruction, appears to be working, adding some dividends thereof. Why not take over or be taken over by the national department and this whole program, the pilot program, so that it could further be cascaded to other provinces? And we see, and including Limpopo and Northwest, maybe the situation can improve for the good. That English and Afrikaans mother tongue are always on top. It could be because we reached a stage, Chairperson, where we undermined our own home languages in the teaching and instruction of our children. Number 4, on the professional teacher development, how far is the teacher development program is being addressed to adapt with the changing or this changing approach? Because it may not benefit us to fight to improve the learners, whilst those who are their teachers or instructors are still lagging backward with the urban to mentality kind of instruction or teaching, or those what you call colonial approaches. Number last, Chair, is with regard to the availability of the reading materials. You cannot undertake and successfully so this program or this approach without having enough materials. The reading materials that have been available to our schools, are they enough? Are we sure we have supplied enough, or we have caused the schools to assemble more than enough? Maybe in the same or on the same wavelength, what has been the budget allocation for provinces since 2019 in this regard? Thank you very much, Budula Studio.
Thank you, Mokgoto.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Chetty stated that they are still going to investigate the factors that contribute to learners who are doing African languages not doing well in terms of reading with understanding compared to learners, to Afrikaner learners, or either to Afrikaans language. So my question is, if they're still going to investigate that since 2021, what made them not to start investigating the reasons behind the learners who are doing African languages, who are not competent in reading and writing in those languages compared to those that are learning, reading, and studying in Afrikaans and English? Why have they waited so long? And then what is the time frame for the researchers in the Department of Basic Education? What is the time frame for them, to complete this investigation so that our learners who are doing African languages can also be able to read with understanding? And then another thing, the presentation spoke about the fact that the department wants to develop educators in order to promote reading literacy. So what is the timeline for the promotion or for the development of educators to be able to promote reading literacy? What measures has the department put in place since 2020 to date to speed up the reading with understanding ability of our learners across different languages? The department has been trying to develop educators to enable learners to be able to read, write with understanding. What I would like to know now, what is the department going to do differently to improve on the reading and understanding ability of our learners? We all know that Limpopo, Northwest, for an example, maybe even Northern Cape, those provinces are predominantly rural. And the schools in Limpopo are overcrowded, even in Northwest, they are poorly resourced. And then one of the reasons that made majority of the learners who are attending in these schools not to do well in reading and understanding, we are told, is a lack of resources or insufficient resources in those schools. Even now, if you can go to those schools, they are poorly resourced compared to the schools where learners are doing well in Afrikaans and English. So, has the department done enough, or does the department intend to do more in terms of resourcing these schools so that our learners who are doing African languages can also be able to read with understanding? Another question, which is the last one, has the department effectively inculcated reading amongst parents in order for the parents to be able to encourage their learners to read with understanding when they are at home? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mam Khoto. Lucia?
Good morning, Chairperson, again to yourself and all honorable members. Minister, once again, good morning. And the department, let's appreciate the long presentation, Chair, 100 pages. I think taking from the presentation, it is clear that there are challenges in the system, and the system is, or the department is putting things into place in order to address those challenges, and let's appreciate that. ECD is fundamental, Chair, for the cognitive development of children, And the first 1,000 days of children is critical, and the period until the age of around 5 years has been found to be a make or break phase for these kids. We welcome the migration of ECD to the Department of Basic Education to improve the quality of early learning. What impact can increase the inequality gaps within the ECDs have for our education system? And again, the survival rate in grade 10 to 12 is considered low, which also coincides with the end of the compulsory attendance age. Is the department also considering a proposal to extend the compulsory age, and can such a change contribute in reducing the survival rate? And then on the history of performance of South African children in regional and international tests, what has been the trend of the performance of South African children in the regional and international tests? And then why has South Africa performed so poorly in the 2021 PIRLS? What did the department and province do to prevent this from happening? Why has PIRLS study administered? Why was the PIRLS study administered when the devastation of COVID-19 was still prevalent within the education system of participating countries? What were education systems of participating countries not given the opportunity to recover and only administer PIRLS thereafter? Did all participating countries administer PIRLS during or at the height of COVID-19? And what is your response to people who say that South Africa is the worst performing country in PIRLS? Does it mean that South African education system is the worst in the world? And last Friday on the newspaper of Business Day, there was an article that says that the result of the 2021 PIRLS means that the country's education system fails to prepare the children for what the labor market requires. What is your response to such? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Mama Khote, can you lower your hand? Fansay?
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the Minister, the members, and the department, and all the stakeholders online. I am in load shedding, so please let me know if I sound like a robot. So this morning, I'm quite taken aback by the opening statement that the Minister made to say that, we don't apply ourselves to international tests like this, these assessments, to be the best. But the fact of the matter, whether we are first or last, only 2 out of 10 children can read at age of 10 for meaning. And this is very bad. This is 20% of the children. So it's not about being first or last, it's about success, about our children's success, and this is absolutely a fail. So when children read for meaning, they can connect with the text, engage with ideas, and think critically about what they're reading. This improves their overall understanding of the text and helps them to retain the information. And only 2 of our children can do this out of 10. So just questions then, what steps is the department taking to improve the reading abilities of children who are struggling to read for meaning? The second one, how are the teachers being supported and empowered to improve reading instruction in the classroom? Number 3, are there any plans to increase the availability of reading materials and resources, particularly for children from disadvantaged backgrounds? Number 4, what strategies are in place to measure and monitor student progress in literacy skills, and how is this information used to inform teaching and learning practices? Number 5, the Minister earlier said that this will take a community to assist. With that, are there any plans to collaborate with other organizations? I know there was a couple mentioned, or stakeholders to address the issue of low literacy rates. And if so, who are they and what role will they play? It's easy to have a one slide saying that there'll be NGOs, etc., etc. What role will they play? Number 6, how will all these plans and strategies that's been placed in front of in front of us this morning, how will those be monitored? Because I think it's very fancy and it looks very nice when you have all these strategies and plans in place, but the monitoring falls through the floor. Then a proposal that I'd like to make is that we really need to look at libraries back at schools, because we know the municipal infrastructure, the municipalities are failing across the country, and relying on municipal libraries just won't cut it for children. So I think really we need to look into resourcing libraries back at schools. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Lodada.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chair, can I just check if I'm audible before I continue?
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for the presentation, colleagues. I just want to start my input and my questions with the following. You know, we've got a responsibility sitting in this committee as members of Parliament to have an oversight responsibility on the performance of the department and its entities, and generally the executive when it comes to education. And that is a spirit that I think it's important to engage this presentation by. And, you know, when I first spoke at SONA in 2020, when I raised this issue about having a catch-up plan and a reading plan, you know, those things were just simply rubbished. And, you know, 2 years down the line, we are now sitting in a situation whereby we've got children that can't read for meaning in grade 4 and grade 6. And the reality of the situation is, despite whatever we can say in this meeting, the fact of the matter is that those tests just measured what those children knew. And the outcomes of that were just devastating. Now, Dr. Chatty, it's all good and well to put blame on every single other thing and not take responsibility for anything as a department. And you know, it's quite disappointing because the presentation talks about, well, look, I mean, these tests are quite in depth in terms of children reading for meaning. They can't literally read for meaning and all of that stuff because they are difficult. And secondly, like in terms of beyond the fact that they can't read for meaning and the tests are difficult themselves, you then say, look, we've got a society of people that don't read and so on and so on. And I mean, we put the blame on every single other thing. And there's no place in this presentation that says, look, as a department, look, we have experienced X amount of challenges, and this is maybe the reason why children had such devastating outcomes. And because, you know, we've seen our own shortcomings in these and these and these and these areas, we're then obviously going to institute X, Y, and Z. And that's the first point of departure I want to come from, because wholly blaming COVID on the outcomes of the PIRLS results is actually quite meek. And it's disappointing because the department should be taking some form of accountability for these outcomes. Because the reality of the situation, and I've mentioned it before, and it needs to stick, and people need to be able to take accountability for it, is that schools were closed for too long. We lost a full-blown year, particularly in rural schools where I, by the way, come from, where we've lost literally a full-blown year of children going to school because someone somewhere in the department decided, look, we're going to close schools 6 months longer than what we're advised to do. And these are some of the contributing factors to the fact that our children can't read for meaning. And ultimately, even in grade 6, half of the children can't read for meaning on a grade 4 level test. I mean, we can say all we want about, look, these are difficult, COVID, and, you know, we don't have a culture of reading. But the fact of the matter is this: the performance of our children at that particular level is actually quite poor. And we must be able to accept that, internalize it, take responsibility for it. And then we say, look, colleagues, committee, this is what we think we need to do for us to be able to turn the situation around. When we only have 2 out of 10 children can read for meaning grade 4. Despite how difficult the tests are perceived to be, the contributions of COVID-19, the fact that there was negligence from the department to close schools for longer periods, for us to be able to truly diagnose the situation and the outcomes of these results. Because I can guarantee you 1000%, I've seen it in my own family members, where children go to school and they can't read for meaning because the schools are not properly resourced. They don't have libraries. The teachers in the classroom themselves can't focus on them individually because those classrooms are overcrowded. And ultimately, those children are doomed before they even begin. And I can tell you, the comparison to those that went to schools that are purported in this report of quintile 5 and quintile 6, which achieve about 69 to 76% of reading for meaning, when you look at where they are right now in life, you can tell that these ones can't access the labor market. Same family can't access the labor market because of they lost it at basic level in that foundation level. And it's a disadvantage, and it's a sad sight to see. And in order for us to be able to reverse that and bridge the gap between the haves and the have-nots, we need to be honest in our diagnosis. And being honest in our diagnosis means that we also take responsibility. Say, look, as DBE, we take responsibility. What we thought was a national reading plan, in fact, was not funded. It was just a random collection of activities that were done by provinces, and therefore it needs to be much more coordinated for us to measure the impact on the ground and measure that progress, not wait for another 5 years of PIRLS for us to measure progress. And I think I wanted to start there, Dr. Chetty, because that is very important for us to be able to have a true diagnosis. Now, I want to go into the true elephant in the room, because the reality of the situation is that there's been reports that have indicated that, one, there is no national catch-up plan that is budgeted for, that's got specific targets, that is currently being implemented and is currently being monitored. And subsequent to that, there is no reading plan that has been budgeted for, that has set targets, that's got specific timelines, and that is being monitored for us to be able to measure the performance of children. So my first question to you, colleagues in the department, is, one, does the department have an actual national reading plan? Because you've indicated that, well, there's a reading program and, and all of this. Is that reading program or plan finalized? So do you actually have a national reading plan program that is finalized, documented, with specifics of what needs to be achieved and how those things need to be achieved? That's the first question. Is that a reading plan, if it does exist, budgeted for? Did National Treasury allocate money to the department for that reading plan to be executed? Or are provinces now simply told to take on their own budgets, which have been continuously cut, for them to come up with their own reading plan? Or is there an intention for that reading plan to be budgeted for? Thirdly, in the recent APP budget that you've presented to us, from my own reading, I saw nothing allocated to reading for meaning. Now, is there a reason for that? Is there an intention to budget for reading from a reading plan so that we're able to turn the situation around? And is it going to be part of your targets? Are you going to amend your targets for reading and for meaning to be part of your targets in the different provinces, so that we are able to measure that? And ultimately, how will you be able to measure the impact on the ground? Are we going to may wait for another 5 years of PIRLS studies, or are we going to do continuous systematic tests and other tests that are done, that have been indicated around ELNA and other things? How are we going to measure the actual impact on the ground? So that is my first cohort of questions, and it's specifically around the reading plan. The second cohort of the questions is that the reality of the situation is that and it's so sad that, Minister, when I raised this thing with you in 2021, you simply said, not that, I don't know what you're talking about. When I spoke about the catch-up plan. Now it's coming back to bite us, because clearly it shows that I knew what I was talking about. Now, the question I have with the department is whether, is there a national catch-up plan that we have in place to kind of turn back the learning losses now, beyond the reading, regression that we had that took us 10 years backwards? Do we have a national catch-up plan that has been decentralized to provinces for them to be able to implement to try and claw back the lost time, particularly in the rural and township schools that lost between 50 to 75% of their learning and teaching time in 2021 alone, in 2020 alone, sorry. So I just wanted to check whether we do have that. Is that national catch-up plan, if it does exist, also budgeted for? Is it part of your targets? Will you consider putting it as part of your targets? And how will it also be monitored? Because from my own reading, and I did mention this last week, that it is only the Western Cape, as per our own research, because somebody said we have researchers, as per our own research, that has a national, that's a provincial catch-up plan, particularly for learning losses at 1.2 billion that's been set aside by them, but also that needs to be funded by Treasury for them to make a meaningful impact. And 111 million that is just set aside specifically for reading for meaning, in what Honorable Maratsetla was talking about of home languages in the Western Cape, particularly Afrikaans and Xhosa. So I wanted to check whether the department has a similar setup, and whether they, if not, are they going to consider doing something of that nature. And then I just want to jump on to much more technical questions that I picked up in the presentation, and hopefully I'll be able to get a response on them as well. And the first one is, why were the national benchmarks not developed after the last PIRLS? Is there a reason why the national benchmarks were not developed after the last PIRLS? And if you can give an indication of whether, we're going to try and improve that so that we can get an accurate reading of what's going on there. And then secondly is, according to one of the reports that I've read from a couple of years ago, you indicate that in terms of your phonics, in learners entering grade 1 particularly, your phonics includes phonic or phonic awareness, letter sounds, and correctly identifying letter sounds, according to the ALNA. And the mean score for phonics was 72% for learners entering grade 1. But according to parliamentary researchers, this goes against the department's own research. And this is referred to the WILS research that was done. I can share the document with you. That basically indicates that, in Mpumalanga, 68% of learners entering grade 1 scored 0 on phonic awareness. In the Eastern Cape, they scored 49%. It's on page 44 of the WILS report, which is a 2022 document. And studies in the Eastern Cape and Northwest show that more than 80% of incoming grade 1s do not know even 10 letters. So I wanted to check what is included in the ALNA phonics assessment that you've done as a department, because the report that we received just the previous year or a couple of months ago indicates a completely different picture. Then linked with some of the technical questions, the PIRLS report for South Africa is not released in its entirety. It's not on the website. And obviously we do know that people do research. They use the data that the department does on research, which helps the nation in itself for other means and reasons to be able to analyze what can be done to improve the situation. You've only released the 2021 highlights, which are just 12 pages. And the department has always released a full detailed report. So I wanted to check whether is there a specific delay in releasing the report, and do you have intentions of releasing the full report? On slide 90, Honorable Tia was complaining about the length of this presentation, but I think it's important. On slide 90, it will provide a culturally and age-appropriate minimum LTSM package for both early childhood development and early grades. And I wanted to check, when will every grade 1 classroom in this country have access to this minimum package? Because, you promised this in 2008 with Foundations for Learning, which were gazetted in 2008, yet nothing happened. And, you know, those were just all words. Do we expect this to happen next year? Do we expect it to happen in 2025? What's the target of this? Of making sure that every single grade 1 class has access to this minimum package that you've indicated here. Now, the professional development of teachers focused on home language literacy and first additional language instruction methods using the LTSM package is critical. And I just wanted you to please, clarify to which LTSM is provided in print and what is planned to be provided digitally on this particular issue, so that we're able to see these plans that you have, how impactful and meaningful are they going to be. Now, according to the NIMS 2021 report, only 20% of schools have working internet connections for teaching and learning. And, on slide 19, again, you refer to reading surveys to track foundational reading skills to grade 1 to grade 3. When will this particular survey be done or implemented? And linked to the statement that only 20% of schools actually have access to internet, how many of them actually have access to a library? And is there a particular culture in which is inculcated in the schools for children to be able to focus on reading in those particular schools? And what is the plan for those that remaining don't have access to some form of a library, even if it's a small room and so on, for children to be able to improve that particular reading? On slide 96, you say that we must eliminate large classes and so on. And I just wanted to check with you, what percentage of these classes have more than 50 learners in the country? And, are they large classes now, or, is there an intention to eliminate them? And what is the strategy to do that so that we're able to zoom in and focus on that? And second, lastly, on slide 107, you state that the department must support, scale up and layering of effective forms of professional support, direct training and coaching, yet there's no detail whatsoever on that. Are you able to provide us with that particular detail and indicate when will that happen? Is there a budget for it? If there is, where is that particular budget? And how many coaches will be employed in that? And how many teachers will be trained for how long, by who? So that we're able to track some of these commitments that you're making to us as part of our oversight responsibility, like I indicated in the initial opening remarks that I made. And again, colleagues, the key question that everyone's mind is on is whether there's a budget for us to implement a radical plan to change the situation around. And I think that's the main core key question in all of this, because we can present all of these, to us and say, look, this is our intention, we think this is a good idea and so on. But if it's not a coordinated plan that is put together, that's got specific timelines and timeframes, that is budgeted for, that is currently implemented, is able to be measured and reported on, then we're just simply paying lip service. And I think it's very important for us to be able to make a commitment as to what the budget implications of these will be. Thank you so much, Chair.
Chair, respectfully, can I intervene if you don't mind, Chair? I am in a neighborhood where our cable was stolen, so I'm on a miserably low power with all the gadgets. So I want to humbly request permission to answer those that I can answer, because my system is going to die in the next 5 minutes. If you don't mind, so that I just quickly respond where I can. Can I proceed, Chair?
Fine, Minister, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry to do that. As I say, our cable has been stolen and it's just chaos here. What I want to say, maybe generally, some of the points were raised by Member Mashabela. And the answer for me is that even from all the reports that we do or we've conducted, it shows and confirms that reading for meaning, it's a multi-layered, and we've said that in the document. It's around questions of resources, which I agree with members, appropriate, relevant resources. It's about teacher skills, which is at the center thereof. So it's not getting more money. Most of the things, they are not even about money. Yes, it's about learner well-being, because we also demonstrated that the report says kids were bullied, kids were harshly punished, kids who are not well-nourished also don't perform well. It's also about learner well-being. It's about teachers, the teachers' confidence, not only their skills, their confidence in what they're doing. It also comes there. It also comes, it's true, it's about society. So and that's what we're saying, that even in our homes, to really making education a societal issue, society has a responsibility. And we're lucky that there are lots of village people who have come to the fore, who are reading champions and other things. So it's the responsibility of everybody. So it's not to take away responsibility, but it's to really say, members of the community, this is what we have to do together. The language of learning is a key issue in South Africa. Where I have to admit guilt, it's around language of learning, that we've not developed and processed African languages adequately to be languages of learning. In English, you have a selection of words that you have to do the following vocabulary at this level, selected words. In African languages, we have not done that work. And that's what we have to blame, to blame ourselves for and accept guilt. That's the only area I'm able or willing to accept guilt. You get kids going to an ECD program, being taught in English at home, spoken to in English. They come to our schools, we say the languages of learning must be mother tongue. There's lots of confusion, especially in African communities where there's just distortions about languages of learning and perceptions on languages that most Black people, I must say, so, and unfortunately I am, is that if you speak English, then you are clever. So it's all those apartheid inferiority complexes that we have to confront also to make sure that we can level the playing fields and get things right. So it's multi-layered, it's learning environments. The member is right to say overcrowding. And the problem also, Chair, with due respect, reading with meaning also means listening with understanding. Where members can recall, members will recall that we are people to talk about overcrowding in our schools. So as if we have not spoken about overcrowding is strange. The other thing we had come here to really talk about also in this committee, which members I thought will recall, amongst other things that will hamper learning resources. It's your levels of poverty. But what these studies help us with, Chair, is that they help us also to say, in communities where, like Malaysia, which they started from barefoot, from very poor to move forward, what is it that they did right? Because there's always correlation between poverty and educational performance. But countries like Malaysia were able to take themselves out of poverty in order to have economic prosperity. And those are the things that we're looking at. And also studying, and that's why for me this study is very important, so that we really don't get into this culture, self-righteousness. And I said, Johnny, you know that I knows it all. The skill of reading with meaning is also to be able to recall and understand things that are there. Some of the questions she's asking, whether we have evaluation, that's where we started to say there's ELNA, there are all these local evaluations. We showed us a slide about SACMEC, where we participate in regional assessments. So those things are there in the document. So it's to humbly request colleagues to and members to go back to the report, because most of the answers are there. But what is important also, comrade, to note, especially about Gauteng and Western Cape, you know, when Yusuf Gabru was the MEC, when ANC was in charge of the Western Cape, he developed a reading plan, which fortunately, when Helen Zille became MEC for Education, took it forward. In the recent CEM meeting, which I had, the MEC for Education was also reporting on the work they are doing on evaluations and assessment. So they didn't abandon Yusuf Gabru's plan. On the other hand, in Gauteng, when I was MEC, we had already started as doing assessments. So what it means, even when you want us time frames, I'm saying take those two provinces and see how it takes to educate. So education is like growing a tree. It's not like growing carrots and get them tomorrow to say in 3 months they will rip out. Look at those provinces, the time it took for them to be there. So as much as we want good results quickly, but we should also see where we have success factors, why we have success factors. In the Eastern Cape, the reason Xhosa is competing quite well with English and Afrikaans is the historical richness of ECD programs in that province. Those ECD centers, I can tell you, Chair, those ECD centers were set by activists during struggle. They created ECD centers in the Eastern Cape, and you are seeing the dividends. Again, it's a tree that was grown, not, as I say, a quick things that will come. So I'm saying, as much as we want quick results, one-time frames, for me, what is important is the systems. And I'm glad that colleagues or comrades are raising, or let's say colleagues, colleagues or members of the portfolio are raising issues which are systems-based, but I don't want to say much because I'm running out of time. I was going to really advise comrade Fanzane, comrade note that part of PIRLS, it's listening with understanding and also reading with understanding and recalling information that you have been given. We have given you information on CPOS, we have given, and in some areas, comrade noted and other people, if wishes were horses, we would all ride. If it was a question of money, and money here, you can see from the results, it's not the answer. Maybe money is 30%. The rest of the things are almost 70%. And the things you say we're running away from in taking accountability, that's what matters most. What parents do, what schools do, what teachers do, and what children do themselves in terms of being motivated. And teachers can go so far as to motivate kids. At the end of the day, kids belong to families and it's a joint responsibility. And the fact that it takes a village to raise a child is fully demonstrated in these results. But I must say, Chair, because it's now on red rate, I'll stay as long as I can, but it's going to die, and it's not out of respect. I had thought they would have fixed the cable, otherwise I would have left the house, but it's not fixed, and my gadget is on red, and I'm very sorry to leave before getting all the answers, but I'm really excited about the engagement, and I hope we do, because that's our core business. But yeah, thank you very much, Chair.
All right, Ma. Thank you. Yabo?
Thank you very much, Slalo. Let me greet the Minister and all other protocol observed. Let me welcome the presentation as long as it was. It was almost as long as Nodada's session of questions and inputs. On a lighter note, let me throw the cat among the pigeons and make the following question, submit the following question. That during a recent reading literacy seminar, which was held on the 16th of May this year, one of the panel members, Professor L. Rutkowski from Indiana University, concluded a comparison of PIRLS and other studies that PIRLS might not be appropriate for South African children. What is the response of the department to this? Secondly, what is the department going to do about Professor Rutkowski's comments? But also, Chair, what measures are being put in place in these tests to protect learners from cultural biases? For example, how does a learner from the deep rural areas in lower quintile school supposed to relate to the example made of an octopus, where the proliferation of media doesn't have full reach or penetration? And also, how are South African children expected to relate to a story about an emperor and not Inkosi or Khosi, because the two are not synonymous? And obviously, this would speak to the rural and peri-urban areas where African languages are predominant. What would be the impact of such biases to the results? And what is being done to address these cultural biases? Now, I also want to speak to the issue around the impact of language, of learning and teaching as it pertains to transition or transitioning from a specific home language to learning a new language for a learner who comes into the system in the lower grades. Has there been any investigation on the impact of learners who have been taught in African home languages and having to write the test in African home languages when they are in their first year of being taught in English? Are any learners from other participating countries in this study go through a similar transition when the PIRLS test is written? Is there a possibility that such a transition might have had an impact in the performance of such learners? And how is the impact of such transition to be addressed in future? Similar to what I initially asked, throwing the cat among the pigeons, is it then fair to even compare the performance of such learners to learners who haven't gone through a similar language transition, e.g., Afrikaans speakers and countries? Has there been that comparative analysis? Now, what about learners in former Model C schools in South Africa who are not home language speakers of Afrikaans and English and who have been forced by the language of teaching in these schools to write the test in either Afrikaans or English? And I think this ties in with the questions raised earlier around the issue of home language performance. Now, in the presentation, there seems to be a causal relationship that is implied between the quintile levels of the school and performance as it relates to the mean of reading for meaning. And I'm glad that the minister spoke to listening for understanding as a correlating element within the context of having the correct output of a learner who is able to read for meaning. And I would think that a comprehensive approach, taking all these other factors into account, may assist in ensuring that the output at the end of a period, and a period that would have been brought to our attention, including the differences between boy children and girl children. The period being from the early grades until grade 9. From the early grades until grade 9. That analysis being done, taking into consideration all these factors, what is the department beginning to do to ensure that it also addresses the lag, the natural lag that has been identified with boy children up until grade 9 within the context of the reading for meaning challenge? Now, lastly, okay, which curriculum policy changes have been introduced to focus on reading literacy? Also, what has been the effects of these policy changes? And the last question I will ask, are there any policy changes which might be anticipated after the release of the 2021 PIRLS report? If any, what would these be? Thank you very much.
Eke zonke. Sukers.
Goeiemiddag, Chair. En goeiemiddag aan die vergadering. Good afternoon, everybody. Chair, just to note that I joined the meeting late due to the women debate. So I have missed the first part. And if anything has been asked, I apologize up front if I repeat. On a very light note, before I start with my questions, I am wondering, and I know a lot of the DBE officials come from a teaching background. When we grew up, we used to have such a lot of old traditional stories that are not written in books, but that were just mouth to mouth through generations. And a lot of the stories that I know from as a child, whether it be in Afrikaans or rhymes that we knew, is it Xhosa rhymes on a farm, a lot of those things are, it seems, lost in history. And it fed our imagination. It created a hunger for learning in us. And it developed, even as an adult, still today, I read ferociously a lot of books, and it is born out of that. Growing up on a farm and people telling stories, and it is traditional stories. And we didn't grow up with books that had emperors in them, but we certainly had a lot of thrillers and a lot of stories that taught us lessons around fires. And it seemed as if that culture of storytelling that contributed to a generation of leaders and our own comprehension and our own learning was founded on that. And I think there's a culture that is lost, that we have lost, especially as Honorable Yabu was speaking about, the different dynamics that comes from our African background, our own unique cultural backgrounds and where we live. But on a lighter note, I wanted to add that the minister was talking about comrade. Well, there's a book that has been released in which the word comrade features in terms of progression, and it has to do with ESCOM. But I'll go on with the...
Oh, that member.
So let me start with my questions. The recent research suggests, Chair, that masking may impact language learning, especially for learners who learn in English, but that are not first language English speakers. So why did the DBE not follow the World Health Organization guidance during COVID on masking at school? The WHO did not recommend widespread masking of children. What I wish to know is what steps is the department taking to ensure that it listens to all inputs and outside research. And here I'm looking for evidence that the DBE is in fact a learning organization. Then I want to congratulate the DBE on the fact that on slide 83, you are supporting continuous research. The current PIRLS report is a research failure. The WCED, Western Cape Education Department conducted the research in 2021, reported on it in February 2022, and acted on it in 2022. The DBE is a year late, so a year has been lost. And I just want in brackets say, I do not want to do the political gymnastics. It has absolutely nothing to do with that, that features. I have regularly pointed out that it is a major strategic flaw in the DBE's strategy that you passively wait for research to be done rather than making research a core strategic goal. If you were in the private sector, there would be no increase for a management team that had failed so spectacularly. So what does continuous support mean? Is reading research going to be included in your research strategy document? And can we have details of a comprehensive research plan around reading? How much is budgeted for it? Is impact research being built into your interventions? Then it is evident that your system is rigid and easily disrupted by shocks. Unless a learner is in front of a teacher, learning does not happen. This is not surprising in a system which seems to be built around serving unions' needs rather than that of learners. So reading starts with family and community. We agree on that. How much budget are you allocating to support families and communities to ensure that shocks don't disrupt learning? And I mentioned in the opening, I said, I come from a very poor background and my mother was illiterate. But I can assure you that I would not have been where I am today if I have not developed a love of storytelling. And I think every single member here that shares my background knows the sitting around the fire, around a galley. I don't know if everybody knows what a galley is. And if I have not learned to read at Sunday school before I even set foot in a class, I could read. I couldn't write, but I could read. And so I want to learning doesn't happen just in a classroom. And the whole idea of feeding the imagination of children, which has to do with creating that culture of learning outside of a classroom, are essential. Then I see that the DBE wants civil society to pull together. So when the DBE fails, it turns to civil society. That's my comment. Yet the NGOs are treated with disrespect and outright contempt when they offer suggestions and critique when their help is not needed. And it's not just in this department, it is in other departments as well. So even as a committee, we didn't treat NGOs well when they came to present to us. Are we going to listen to NGOs? And I want to call for a reading in Daba, Chair, where we can hear from all stakeholders and especially NGOs firsthand in an atmosphere of respect. I think the minister may have referred to that. I got a part of it in terms of rich discussions around that needs to be had in terms of learning. The DBE is running or going to Treasury again for money to fund this reading program. And I want to ask how much have you and the provinces spent on reading over the last 5 years? And what was the impact of that expenditure? How did the Western Cape Education Department fund their intervention? And then what failed and failing programs will the DBE cancel to fund this reading program before going to Treasury for more money? Because we do not have money in this country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I need to check if Honorable Adwans. My hand is up. Is it a legacy hand, Minister?
Oh, sorry, it's a legacy hand, Chair. I'm very sorry. I'll wait. I'm very sorry.
Thanks, Honorable Adwans, but anyway.
I'm here, Chair.
Oh, okay, all right then. It's fine, you are audible, you can proceed.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, I've been raising my hand even before the minister spoke. I think it's the gadget or the load shedding that I'm just experiencing that started at 12. However, Chair, let me greet yourself, let me greet the Minister, the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the entire team of DBE and our parliamentary staff. Good day. Chairperson, let me also join the queue and appreciate the presentation, a very important presentation as it has been indicated of the PIRLS results that was issued in the past week. It is a very, insightful and knowledgeable presentation, and one is learning a lot from what has been presented to us, and also, it brings also clarity on some of the issues that were, confusing, to some of us. Chairperson, ever since we joined this committee, or been deployed in this committee, I must say really we've been working with very a focused team led by the Minister and the DM and also the DG, because every time when they come to this portfolio committee, they listen to us, they present, they listen to us, and they take some of our advices that are, solution-based, and they apply them. I would make an example on I think it was a 2019, if not 18, TALIS survey that was released. That was showing that in South Africa, some of the education or teaching and learning is lost due to some administration or administrative work that is done by educators. And as the portfolio committee, we recommended that the department look into finding, workable solutions like employing assistant teachers, and it happened. It might have happened after the COVID-19 that hit the entire world, and many of us, including the education sector, suffered a huge loss, moreover on curriculum. So I must say, one must appreciate such, because it shows that you are not the know-it-all team or department that thinks you can resolve all these issues or challenges by yourself, but you really come to the portfolio committee with open-minded, and also taking some of the good advices that we are providing to the department and to you, Minister. Secondly, also, I would want to applaud you with all these challenges, that you're facing, that on a daily, day-to-day work that you are doing, but you find a way of, try to deal with such challenges without much complaining, because some of the issues that we are raising here as honorable members are not of, your department or your competence. But the department, even government, has intervened in so many challenges that our community and society at large are facing. For instance, the issue of the National School Nutrition Program that really made sure that the dropout rate is mitigated because of some learners were not attending school because they could not even focus at school due to the hunger and their background at home, where you find that there is no food for them to eat. So they would come to school hungry and they would not be able to focus in the learning activities. So we really need to appreciate that. There are so many things that as a committee, we would like to see them, happening, but like I said, we can't really, do everything and expect that we'll be able to, we'll be able to get whatever it is that we want to achieve, more especially as individual members of the committee. Chair, I have a few questions that I would want to pose to the department and to you, Minister. The first one, it is with regard to the language that is used to, this assessment of PIRLS. I would understand that I think English language was used to do the assessment. Hence, we have 11 official languages in our country. Has that also impacted on the outcomes of the study? And secondly, Minister, maybe one must say welcome the ECD migration to the Department of Basic Education, because it's going to improve the quality of early learning. But I would want to check with you, Minister, what impact can increase resourcing to close the inequality gaps within ECD for your education system? I know we're going to get that presentation, but I thought it is important to ask this question because I think it also contributes to this the presentation. My second question is, what is your medium and long-term interventions that are required to improve the cognitive development of children and to improve learning outcomes in the basic education system? And recognizing that many learners can lack sufficient family support because of the level of education of guardians or parents or families, what mechanisms is the department implementing to address this gap? My second last question is, what are the key lessons from the PIRLS results, and what programs can the department implement in the short term to improve learning outcomes? And my last question, Chair, what are the models that can be developed to introduce mother tongue instruction in our education system? And would government have sufficient resources to support a paradigm shift on developing mother tongue and education across the country? Those are my few questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much to all the honorable members that have contributed in this presentation, which is very interesting, we must say, to the department, which we appreciate to have it. I think members now would agree that it was important that we have this engagement, though it's taking quite a crunch of our time. Mine would be a few issues to raise. First is that when we reflect on the results from 2011, 16, and the 2021, what were the results then and where are we now? What lessons would we say that we have learned, particularly for issues of improvement? And by the way, I think we need to emphasize the fact that we acknowledge and applaud the department for being brave and take part continuously in these PIRLS on behalf of our country. Seeing that there are few countries that are participating, particularly in the continent. And at the back of our mind, I'm sure we are taking a note that it's our country contesting with seriously rich countries. Nonetheless, that's just I must make that comment. The initial teacher education curriculum, or rather training, how does it prepare teachers to be effective in teaching reading literacy? Because if the results are worse than 2016, in your view as the department, what kind of teachers is our country producing at a tertiary level? I am asking this question because the critique by some university researchers, they have indicated that some teachers who took the same tests with the learners could not perform well in their assessments. And how many teachers are qualified to teach reading or literacy at a foundation phase and intermediate phase? Of that percentage, how many are struggling to teach and how many are competent? If learners achieve 63.91% with ELNA, in your view, what is it that makes them to achieve less when it comes to PIRLS? And the last question would be, the 2023 reports of PIRLS is indicating that South Africa continued to investigate its PIRLS 2021 results at the time of publication and will deal with the findings through the national report. So as the committee would like to recommend that the outcomes be presented to us, if possible, by the end of this quarter. That's if time allows. I see the minister is still with us. I'm not sure.
Yes, I'm still holding, yeah.
Yeah, I see you are still. I'm not sure if you would want to lead again in responses now before you are cut off.
Yeah, I hope so, Chair, because it's on red. Chair, you stopped it because for me, this is a very interesting subject, very important subject. And I'll just comment on what Member Yako said and Member Sukers. As much as some of the things she raised expected of maybe opposition politics, but most of the points she's very correct. And that's why we say learning also is culturally based, it's societally based. You know, those around fires, because the studies are also revealing in terms of family size that kids who grow up in crowded homes where there's no opportunity for adults to engage with children, they don't develop fully. So all the points she's making are very correct. And then it also informs us about the seating arrangements in classes. It's not accidental that we are trying to run away from your cinema style and have kids sitting in circles just to allow them to speak and to engage more. So you're quite right about the number of things. And it's actually all those things that we wish communities to enrich children's experiences with in terms of engaging them, your storytelling, and all sorts of things that are very developmental to children in communities, and even their confidence, because that's what also PIRLS is saying. And that's the point I was making, that it's not money, but it's money and many other things. So I agree fully with you, members who gets. You know, what Yako is saying, what I can say, comrade, is actually the cat in the pigeon, amongst the pigeon. Because when we were receiving PIRLS, we had two other reports that were independent, which were assessing if PIRLS is relevant. But what, for me, and it was questioning also the same questions we were raising, a member. But what the study was saying that, and that's why we released PIRLS with our own internal study, was it was saying local reports are more relevant or maybe more useful because the frequency at which they are being asked, but also the cultural context. And that's why we released our own ELNA. We also had a slide which was showing SACMEC, which is our regional assessment with countries of our same status. So member is right. And that report was already raising all sorts of things about how other countries themselves manipulate the PIRLS. We are very honest as a country because we're not competing with anybody. We subject randomly. They select the best schools for them to get the best ratings as countries. So there are all those difficulties. But because we're not competing, we're there to benchmark and get instruments, maybe to our own detriment for the sake of our people, we are undoing ourselves. But remember, all those things we raise are very relevant. You see, comrade, member chair, I'm excited about this engagement. I keep on calling comrades. Member chair, the question about COVID, you know, if there is, when you say why suddenly this drop, if PIRLS 2021 did not reflect decline informed by COVID, I would not have believed their results. Because the group that was assessed in 2021 came to school in 2018, they had a full year. When COVID came, they came back to school in September. The next 2 years, they were rotating. And that's why we also reflected on learning losses. So if PIRLS 2021 was not going to reflect on the fact that there was impact of COVID, then it would not have been a true reflection. The other member asked, why did we go for assessments when we know there was COVID? For us, it's important to note that there were learning losses. Therefore, what are the impacts of the learning losses? And we went to a World Education Forum 2 weeks back, and they were saying in terms of COVID learning losses, we as a country thought by 3 years' time, we will have a recovery plan that will help us to claw back. The World Education Forum says it's going to take the world 5 years to go back to pre-COVID levels. But what is important is to assess what are the impacts of those learning losses so that when we do a recovery plan, we are very conscious of the learning losses. But because it's a subject that is very close to my heart and think is extremely important, let me allow officials to respond. But thank you very much for giving us the opportunity, and indeed looking forward to further engagements with members of the team and getting counsel, as I think as we always get from the committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Your passion, Ma, it speaks volumes on this matter. Who takes over now? Department?
Thank you, Chair. So we have quite a wide-ranging set of issues. I think that maybe where we should start is to deal with some of the technical questions about PIRLS. Dr. Mtemba, I'm not sure if you want to take those or you want Dr. Chetty or Dr. Plolia to deal with those.
I will DG, then where there are gaps, then they may fill in, because that is critical. But I think, technically speaking, in assessment, any kind of assessment, there are principles attached to it. I've noted the questions about the technical aspects of the assessment itself. The first one was the appropriateness of the PIRLS. I think culturally, we may argue that they are not as appropriate as expected, but understanding that they were trying to spread it to a diverse pool of learners who were selected. But the problem here is that the cultural biasness of any assessment will disadvantage other groups of learners where it happens. Now, here an example has been made to say you look at grade 4, you could look at grade 6, and then you don't take things which they are familiar with. You do not protect those learners from the cultural biases, and therefore you just move to the octopus, you move to the emperor, and so on. So in that way then, because any assessment has limitations, I'm not saying I'm justifying underperformance somewhere, but there are limitations, and one of the limitations is that the context validity, the context within which our learners find themselves, it may have happened with another country. That was an issue. And also the language issue here, I think we need to think carefully about the language. I understand the issue and the proposals about the language itself, to say the amount of exposure to the language. It is very much unfair for some of the learners who go to school, get exposed to a language. Once they get home, there's no exposure at all. But they are tested in the same assessment as those who get the language at school and get exposure, total exposure when they go home. Meaning that those who are second language speakers, the exposure to the language cuts off somewhere and they come back the following morning. And the issue also, which is very important, is the issue of stories and own stories. It's very important that we need to start from somewhere when we deal with reading. And we have taken that point as a point around which we are going to center our thinking about moving forward, because you start from the known to the unknown. Now, I think one limitation is that you're talking about learners who know something and who doesn't know something, but the limitation of the test, I think it did not center itself to the closest and the immediate experiences of the learners we are talking about. And the issue of the teacher training, I think we need, as Department of Education, and it's a valid point, and it's not a question, but one can comment that we need to take this presentation, comparing the last PIRLS and this PIRLS and all assessments, and then engage with the higher education institutions to say, the products that you produce, this is what we have, and we do feel that we need to align our teaching as well to that. And the issue of curriculum and reading, I don't know, I know it's very difficult to make reading a period, but there should be time in each and every day at school, as we think, where we say this is the period for learning, for reading, because it's very important that there is dedicated time for readings. Therefore, we agree with the honorable members that we need to do that. And the other thing is that because this is a national benchmark, we understand that it should actually provoke research. So we agree that, on what the honorable members are saying, to say there must be research provoked here so that that research will inform our decisions going forward. And there is an issue of measurement of actual impact. We have decided although we haven't implemented this, but we have decided that in each and every term, we should have a national standardized measurement of the impact of the learning, of the reading strategies that we are implementing, because seemingly we should have our own data that actually indicates the patterns of improvement in a standardized manner. And also an emphasis on comprehension tests. Honorable members, I know that some of us grew up in an environment where there was something which is called comprehension test. Comprehension is understanding. Therefore, it means that these comprehension tests should be developed, and we agree with that, and we need to develop these comprehension tests, and the scores of those comprehension tests will actually tell us whether learners are reading with meaning or not. And the challenge of the parents who are illiterate, and some of them who don't have adequate levels of education to support learners is known. Therefore, I think in our interventions, we need to think about how do we close the gap between the level of education of a parent and what the learner should learn at home. I think, DG, let me stop there, and colleagues will look at others.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Chetty, you want to add?
Thanks, DG, and thanks to Minister for also, taking on all the questions and putting it into context. And I think, as Minister has alluded, that a lot of the questions, the answers are actually alluded to in the presentation. And those that are not, we appreciate the robust guidance and advice that committee members have offered us, and they will certainly be considered and and appreciated. It's as a learning organization, I think it's incumbent that we take those advice forward. Chair, I think just in terms of more technical feedback and to summarize some of the inputs that honorable members have made. So we have quite a robust national assessment framework, and that has come about post the previous PIRLS, and it's come about post the halting of the annual national assessments. And the purpose of the national assessment framework is then to have where the department, and we've heard some members talk about, department generating its own research. Through the national assessment framework, we deliberately plot and plan and design a series of assessments in which the country will participate in, either locally and on a national scale, a large scale assessment, or regionally, like in SACMEC, or internationally, where we participate in TIMS, PIRLS, and TALIS is also a study about teaching and teaching conditions. So these studies are very deliberate in order for the department to generate its own research through international or local or regionally benchmark studies, so that we have the most robust mechanisms and that we are not just relying on outside research. PIRLS is a departmental, as Minister said, a departmental research program. This is us releasing to South Africa, not waiting for other researchers to tell us what the problem are. And as Minister said, basically we are opening ourselves, and by that, we also open ourselves to scrutiny and criticism. But it's not the main. We take that because it's not the reason why we participate. We participate because the purpose of measurement is to find out where you are. If you want to find out about the impact of COVID, as Minister said, you got to participate. Those who have not participated have shied away from actually finding out what is the impact on their systems. So they would have to find other mechanisms or pretend that there is no problem. Whereas we have gone about in a very deliberate and purposeful way to build in these assessments as part of our national assessment framework to give us that robust, that very intimate data. Can we do more? Yes, we take the advice of committee members that we need to do more. We need to interrogate the data more in terms of what it is showing. And we have assembled a technical advisory group to even look at all these international assessments that we participate in terms of our local assessments. So we've got a wealth of data. Making sense of it all is quite an arduous task. So we need to do some kind of audit, and we've assembled a team of international and local experts to look at how relevant some of these assessments are. But we can't do so in a reactionary way. We have to look at some very contextual item level analyses across the different languages to check whether on the cultural relevance, as Dr. Mtembu has mentioned, on language demand and so forth across different languages. And that we undertake to do, which we have already started. There's a team in place to do that. And we'll be releasing those reports to show, how South African learners, in terms of their current curriculum expectations, match up to these international frameworks. So that is definitely something that we are attending to. So it's a series of dissemination that we are planning. We want to constantly feed from these 3 studies. And the PIRLS big report will also, it's about 60 to 70 pages, but it's been such a lively discussion even post the initial release that there's been a need to look at other issues, and it's come from researchers. Have you considered this? As the committee is saying, have you considered? So that big report is a kind of living document, and we want it to be as comprehensive as possible before we release it. But definitely, within the next few weeks, we will have that big report released on PIRLS, together with other secondary analyses that are more thematic, where we zone in on particular areas, cultural relevance, looking at Setswana learners, how are they responding, looking at issues of resourcing in certain provinces. All that has come up from committee members, and we certainly are going to, it's in our plans to do those analyses so that we better inform the system. We must also be cautious that that you don't there's a saying, you don't fatten the cow by weighing it. It means assessment is not always the issue at hand. Between assessments, one has to allow for interventions, and interventions in the system take time to find their way, because we got it's a big machinery, and for them to find their way through the different grades and phases, often we've got to allow time for that. So it's something that we also got to consider, that COVID did interrupt that process, and hence we got to reevaluate whether to continue with some of the interventions and the strategies, and whether to abandon some and to refocus. I think my colleague who articulated the plan said there's a refocus in which we're looking and auditing and trying to find out what is the best way forward. And we can only do that if we hold hands together and, as a sector response. And we've already, discussions are underway about a reading endeavor. I heard Honorable Sukas mention that. So together with the NECT, that's already, discussions are at an advanced stage and planning is underway to get the voices of a broader public. We had quite a robust research seminar, and we approached the release of PIRLS in that sense, that let's release the results, let's bring it in context of our other studies, but also let's hear from researchers to provide a critical analysis. And we invited speakers to do that, and we'll continue to do that and continue listening to the voices of researchers, NGOs, and so forth. But we must do so in a measured, calm, and collective way, so that what we do will have impact on the system. So, Chair, yeah, I hope I've addressed other issues. We can still do so in writing, but we certainly appreciate the inputs from the honourable members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Chetty. Is Dr. Taylor or Mpumi with us? Because there's a series of questions about research and what we've been doing over the last few years. And so that the Department of Basic Education probably has some of the best research that has been done in the country on reading over the last few years. So I just wanted to check, Stephen or Mpumi, are you with us?
Yes, Dr. Whittle.
Okay. So if you could just talk to that.
Yes, if I may quickly talk to that, and Mpumi may wish to answer, but also good afternoon, Minister and all honourable members. So there were a number of questions about research, and as Dr. Whittle has said, this is something that our section is responsible for, and we really have done a lot on reading over the last few years. You can have a look at the website. In particular, look under programs at the early grade reading study. We've released a lot of reports there on what works to improve reading. We've also been developing the reading benchmarks that have been referred to in the various African languages, and all the reports can be accessed on the website. Also, it's important to know that we also, as a department, measured learning losses already in 2021 and 2022. So in a sense, the PIRLS results confirmed what we were already monitoring. So it wasn't as if, as the department, we were entirely reactive to PIRLS. We were aware of this, and we were also transparently reporting those results in a public space. As long ago as the DBE Lekgotla of January 2022. So we continue with the new reading plan that has been discussed. Research, monitoring, evaluation will continue to be a theme and a strand within that plan. And we'll be continue to monitor early reading skills even before the grade 4 level. We'll be there to support with evaluating any new programmatic responses over and above the evaluations and monitoring that we have already been doing. And perhaps that link can also be shared after the meeting with the members as well. I wonder if my colleague, Ms. Molfane, would like to add to that. Otherwise, back to you, Dr. Whittle.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stephen. Do you want to add, Mpumi? Or maybe she's not with us. Can I then ask Dr. Polia, perhaps, because there's a series of questions that have come up around catch-up and that we haven't dealt with it sufficiently. Maybe you can give us, an update in terms of how DB has responded to that.
Thank you, Dr. Whittle, and good afternoon to the Honourable Chairperson, and good afternoon to the Honourable members. I know time is against us, and maybe Chair and Honourable members, just to touch up on maybe one or two questions that were asked. Honourable Morachela asked the question about what is the history of these tests, in terms of regional as well as international. I think just to emphasize that in all these tests, as reflected in one of the slides, we are improving, and COVID has certainly contributed to the drop. For interest purpose, in the case of SACMEC, in SACMEC 3, we attained a score of 495 in reading, and that increased to 538 in SACMEC 4. So there was that improvement in terms of SACMEC, which is the regional test in terms of reading. Honorable Chair, going to the national catch-up plan, just to again re-emphasize that we had declared 2022, 2023, and 2024 as the years of recovery. And in terms of the years of recovery, something significant that we've been able to do in a short time is to take our caps and look at what constitutes the core in terms of content. And our teachers have been orientated and supportive in terms of focusing on the core. And we think this is a significant introduction in terms of the catch-up, simply because we've received a number of reports that our curriculum has been content laden. And as a result, teachers were chasing content coverage rather than drilling down deeper. And we think with this trimming of the curriculum, that can now take place. Obviously, there's lots more support that we need to provide to our teachers in terms of this catch-up. And our provinces are reporting regularly to us in terms of their individual recovery plan in the provinces. We've amended the program of assessment. We've given higher weighting to school-based assessment. Assessment for learning has now become the key modus operandi in terms of teaching methodology. We have massive training programs so that teachers are able to assess their learners continuously, and given the learning deficits, they are able to identify where the gaps are and deal with it moving forward. So very important is that we are looking at a strengthened curriculum that will be implemented from 2025 moving forward. And there will be a transition from this recovery period into our strengthened curriculum. And I'm sure at some point we will be able to brief honorable members of this committee in terms of what progress are we making in terms of the strengthened curriculum and how the strengthened curriculum will draw from this recovery period and move forward. Honorable Chair, a lot has been spoken about in terms of mother tongue-based bilingual education, and I think we are moving in this direction. This report from the Eastern Cape was presented to the Council of Education Ministers, and there was general endorsement that we need to move in that direction. As a result, the department has established a language unit. We have appointed a language expert, Professor Mahali Lela, who is a renowned language expert, and he's guiding us in terms of this process. He has conducted, together with his team, a rapid assessment of the implementation of the language in education policy across all provinces. There was a verification of this data, and shortly we will be receiving a report. And one of the questions that will be answered in terms of this rapid assessment is the response of parents and learners to mother tongue-based bilingual education. And I think the advice coming from honorable members is that we need to work together with the Eastern Cape, and that's what we are doing. We have been monitoring their translation of question papers, and we think that this is certainly something that needs to be followed. There was also a point about, survival rate, Honorable Chairperson, coming from Honorable Makoto, grade 10 to 12. Let me just indicate that very interesting, even though the dropout rate seems to be high in grade 10, 11, and 12, but it is an improvement from previous years. And that for me is again a positive sign that we are improving the throughput rate in terms of grade 10 to 12. And we think this has got a lot to do with our improved program of assessment, the trimming of the curriculum, the additional support. And obviously, we're not where we need to be, and that will be monitored moving forward. With regard to maybe the technical question about the full report coming from Honorable Nodada, the full report is currently being edited, and in the next week or two, we will certainly be releasing the full report, and that would be posted on our website for everyone to access. And I think what is coming up critically, and Honorable Yabo spoke about, the statement made by Professor Rutkowski. So that is one of the critical lessons, I think, coming out of the PIRLS, is that, and members have raised it, the issue of culture. And I think the point that we are focusing on is let's strengthen our national assessment. And we're going to devote more attention to our systemic evaluation, to our ELNA results, and get a test that is national, but to some extent, we will bring in some international oversight so that there is the issue of, are we getting the standard right, even though this is a national assessment? And the positive of our systemic evaluation is that we will be administering this every 3 years. And we also have diagnostic tools like your early grade reading assessment that will be administered by teachers on a continuous basis. So we get to know where our learners are in terms of the progress that they are making. In terms of the impact of learning, or rather the impact of language transitioning, which Honorable Yabo raised, that's a critical point which we are looking at. And in fact, one of the proposals that was presented to HEDCOM by Professor Mokhalilela is that should we consider delaying language transitioning to a later point, possibly grade 6? And this is what the research is saying, but obviously this still needs to be discussed extensively at HEDCOM and CEM. So language transitioning is an important point which has to be looked at in conjunction with mother tongue-based bilingual education. And Honorable Sukers, I heard your point about the system cannot respond to shock. I think there is value in your statement, but if one looks at it in terms of our grade 12 performance, I think where we insulated our grade 12, we were able to respond appropriately to shock. But I agree, in the rest of the system, we may not have dealt with the shock of COVID as appropriately. And maybe the last point from my side would be the language of testing, Honorable Aduns. These learners wrote the test in their home language. And we, out of the 57 countries, possibly the only country where the test was written in 11 languages. And that obviously brings its own complications. And that could be one of the contributory factors in terms of the fact that we have not done as well as we expected to do, given the issues of 11 language translation issues, in terms of these complex texts, complex terminologies, which certainly our learners were not accustomed to. Maybe I'll stop there for now, Acting DG. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paulia. Chair, I'm very mindful of time, but there is another series of questions around implementation, strategy, lessons learned from PIRLS. Can I ask Ms. Kalula Manona to just respond to some of those issues of teacher development, resourcing, etc.? Kalula?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Whittle. Yes, indeed, there have been a series of questions on the strategy itself in terms of whether the department has a strategy, is it being implemented? I think in the presentation, we did mention that the National Integrated Reading Sector Plan has come under review. It is being reviewed, and this review actually predated the release of PIRLS. It was informed, I did say that, for instance, by the fact that there was a gap in recognition of early childhood development and what strategies should we put in place to ensure that we strengthen ECD, particularly early literacy and emerging literacy. Also, just the learning losses themselves, the strategy or the plan that was developed also predated COVID and didn't take into account the fact that we have these new sets of challenges. And so where we are at with that, and I want to also use this to respond to the inclusion or involvement of civil society. And I want to say to members that even the integrated reading sector plan that is being reviewed was developed in collaboration and with involvement of civil society. This review that and that is the approach when we are developing strategies of this nature. So at a strategic level, that's where we are at. It is going to be consulted widely We have already begun, for instance, it was presented to TDCM, which is a structure where all our provinces, those who manage curriculum and those who manage teacher development participate. And there was a breakaway where it was also given much focus to start strengthen it. So we are in the process of revising it, and it has already kind of informed, which is what I said also in the presentation, that perhaps we may have been all over the place with the 10 strands. So that reduction is a direct result of having listened to what the input is and how we can design and develop a strategy that is going to be truly responsive. There are other questions about issues of whether there are resources in classrooms, and I did say that provinces have, and I think one of the honorable members did mention the fact that even before you start running to National Treasury, look at what it is that you have. And our oversight and monitoring activities, I have said that they have been heightened. We're going to heighten them even more to ensure that provinces indeed use the LTSM budgets that are there for every learner to ensure that those classrooms become print-rich. They have resources that are going to be able to respond to this challenge. And there was an issue around the fact that, and I think Dr. Paulia spoke to it when he referred to the policy work that is unfolding within the department. And I'm going to link this to also the proposal of having Indaba and say that we are actually planning a series of these Indaba, and the policy Indaba is central to that. And it also has to be understood just how multi-sectoral this is, because once you start talking about a policy that will put mother tongue bilingual teaching, it means that the universities must be ready for that, and it means they must start developing courses. CHE must approve those courses. Book developers themselves must be able to develop vocabulary, and there's a lot that really will lead us at the end to a responsive kind of a policy framework, and the work that will ensue informed by that framework to enable to deliver teaching and learning in the language of the learners. And so it's really quite multi-sectoral. I think there was a question around libraries, and libraries again fall within the bracket of LTSM. We have a national guidelines that we had developed as the DBE to guide provinces on an incremental approach. But what we put as a non-negotiable now in the new strategy is the fact that classrooms in the foundation phase especially must have reading corners. There must be books inside the classrooms that will enable learners to be immersed in print. And the proximity between the child and the book and that whole process of immersion is what will really promote access to books and getting those books to be sent to homes. I really liked as well the reminder about the importance of just the oral medium when we are teaching reading literacy. And the oral medium, again, is what was used, and it has been used very powerfully to transform knowledge and culture. And yes, we really do support that. So storytelling is part of the activities that even the reading champions are promoting in schools. And I also want to say we use other kinds of vehicles. For instance, a vehicle like Saske, which is a music competition, has a component which is on folklore. And folklore is really another means of us taking and bridging the cultural gaps between the older generation and the new generation. And so these are inputs that we really appreciate, as to hear that they are being reinforced. In terms of teacher development, I did say when I was presenting on the 4 pillars that the policy conversation and having a policy that is explicit is going to inform LTSM, what kind of LTSM will support the implementation of that policy, what kind of a teacher, and what is it that we need in terms of the program for teacher development. What we are talking about now, particularly around the policy, is the science of reading and the science of teaching, reading for meaning in the medium of African languages. And so I think it did come through that, is that what we are going to be training our teachers on? And I think the big question was, is this going to be measurable? Are you going to have targets? And the answer is yes. Once this strategy has been developed, I've already said that we've really moved in terms of since we started. And I think we started beginning of this year with just the very first sessions, and we are in the processes of writing it up. The first consultation sessions have happened. We will be consulting widely. So we do want that before the end of this year, we can say, here is a plan, new plan informed by the strategy. These are the targets. These are the non-negotiables. This is how we costed it. And this is how we are negotiating around the budget, the funding for the implementation of the strategy. I think, Chair, I've tried to combine these questions, and I think they do really talk about our lessons that we're picking up from PIRLS, and those are the lessons around the science of reading in the African languages, the questions or the lessons around just the texts that we must also develop. And these would be expository texts in African languages that will begin to teach our children and to challenge them to think critically and to just promote academic literacy in the medium of the languages that our children speak. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manona. And from our side, just to say thank you very much, Chair, to you and to the committee for a very rich discussion. From our side, the department will take all of these comments, your questions on board. We'll process them further, as we proceed to strengthen the plans that we have. So thank you very much, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Whittle and your team. We have taken quite some time on this presentation. We have now come to an end of it. I'm not sure if everything has been answered though, but I think most every member have received answers. Let me quickly, without wasting time, thank the minister. I'm not sure if she's still in the meeting. Thank you, the department, for the presentation. Till we meet next week, you can now leave us so that we just adopt our minutes.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, okay. Members, the minutes are of the 16th of May. We had a fiscal meeting in Parliament where we had a briefing from the Auditor General and the department. They have briefed us on the learner school nutrition program and the learner transport policy. Page 1 is the attendance of the members, and page 2, the department and parliamentary staff. We have opened the meeting and welcomed the delegation from AXA. And then the minutes the agenda was adopted by Honorable Litsi and seconded by Honorable Muratsetla. And then we had a briefing by the Auditor General's office, which was done by Mr. Kotlakala. And then we had a briefing by the department, which was done by Mr. Mafoko on the learner transport. Also a briefing which was done by Dr. Whittle on the National School Nutrition Program. And then those were our observations and questions. And then we had the responses by the Auditor General and the department, Dr. Whittle and Mr. Mafoko. And we considered the minutes of the 2nd of May. Then we have concluded the meeting by saying that we are not having a public participation process that week. We are going to resume this week in the Western Cape. And then Honorable Moratsatla requested that the next fiscal meetings be held after the completion of the hearings. And then we also alluded to possible additional changes to be applied to have meetings either on Tuesday and Wednesday evenings to consider provisional reports on public hearings held in provinces. And then in respect of the international tour to the USA, we have indicated that the application was not approved and the committee was requested to look for alternative country. And the committee secretary was tasked to submit the second option, which is Finland, for consideration and approval. And then we had adjourned the meeting at 13:50. Any corrections?
Chairperson.
Yes.
On the last line, I think we had indicated that NODADA is using Moti against America in support of Finland. I'm joking, I'm moving, no correction. I think it's a true reflection. I'm moving for the adoption as they are.
Okay. Any seconder? Any seconder to the movement of Honorable Litsie?
I rise to second, my dear. Born long before technology, I was just lost in the house, but I rise to second.
Okay, just to on the matters arising, to say to the members, the issue of alternate study tour, which now is Finland. The application is sent. We have not received any feedback to date. Probably as time goes, we are going to receive feedback. Secondly, on the issue of the meetings, physical meetings after the, what do you call it, after the public hearings, we are looking into that. Like we have mentioned that we are also obliged to have meetings at least once or twice in a quarter physically in Parliament. So I think we are okay on the issue of the meetings on Wednesday. We have applied, they are approved. So we are going to start next week, Wednesday night, on meetings. But the problem now with that, we are not supposed to sit these Tuesday meetings because there are plenaries at 10 o'clock, which also is gonna be a problem for us. So we've made an application. We are not sure if it's going to be approved to still sit on Tuesdays, even if we are going to sit Wednesday nights, because we need also to finish our program like we have planned it. So we will see and we will update members as it as it unfolds. And then members would know that we are going to Western Cape this weekend. Obviously, your travel itineraries are with you now to go to George on Thursday. So we are going to meet in the Western Cape this weekend and do our public hearings there. Then we be left then with two provinces, which will be Northern Cape and Eastern Cape, where we are going to finish off. As and when there are new things, we will brief members. But as for now, I think we are set to go to Western Cape this weekend. All the best to members who are still participating in plenaries with their budget votes, who are part of other committees. All the best with your budget votes. From my side, there's nothing. Is there something?
And from my side, there is something, Honorable Litia, Honorable Yabo. We wish you all the best, and with your best friend, Honorable Nodada. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay, then the meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you very much.